All right, for real this time. Yeah, okay. What is going on, chat? I have these new headphones. I've had them for a while. I bought them because my old ones were I bought them a while ago because my old ones were well, they're old and they were getting like creaky and stuff. So I didn't really like them. I did like them, but it was annoying because every time I walked or moved, they would creak and stuff. So I bought these ones because I got a good deal on them. These are like $400 headphones that I got for like $250, or no, not even that, or like $150, and they're nice. The noise canceling is really good. Um, and they have like better features, and they have the fancy touch controls. But oh my god, they are just not comfortable. Like I can only wear them for like 3 hours at a time before like my ears start hurting. It's super annoying because those ones I could wear literally. They're still back there. I could literally wear them all day. And I mean, I'm a gamer. Okay, I spend more time with my headphones on than I do with them off. So I kind of need to be able to wear them all day. But yeah. But yesterday, for whatever reason, those ones started like breaking. They like won't connect to anything anymore. And it's super annoying because now I have to wear these. But I'm building up my ear tolerance. That I can withstand wearing these for longer now. Hopefully. Well, they're gonna have to. All right. I've decided after looking at God, this stupid fucking YouTube sucks so much. The title doesn't update like when it sends out alerts. I'm gonna disable the alerts for YouTube, quite frankly, because no one even watches on YouTube. Not the alerts, but the Discord notification. There'll still be alerts when people subscribe on YouTube and stuff, or super chat. There we go. Now YouTube chat should work. Yeah, there we go. All right. I've decided after looking at the views, super lazy content just reacting to this stuff gets. I need. See, the thing is, chat, I need 24 followers. I need them desperately. I need them. So I want to watch this, and I'm going to react to it for an hour while I drink Red Bull and play this game, and then we can get into the real stuff.
Hi, mods. Thank you again. Love you guys. This bit's kind of awkward, isn't it? Me just waiting till everyone gets here.
So true. That's how I feel right now.
Hey, is everyone here now? Hopefully. Maybe. Yes. I guess it is time. Hi everyone. This is the stream I promised. I apologize that it's so just late and not, you know what I mean? It's the stream I promised that I would do. My final thoughts on everything, you know, just everything that I need to get out before I can even begin to heal anything. So here it is. I apologize that it is later, I'm pretty sure, than I said. I've been really sick, and I was hoping that I could wait to do this so I could be of right mind to, and wait until I got better, but I've just been getting worse. Wise,
Hi,
so
Katie.
I
How are
figured
you
I
doing
would just do
today?
it now because I'm obviously not going to be getting better anytime soon. So, here it is. Like I said, this is a stream. It's just my final thoughts on everything. If
17
you're
months
looking at the
KT
stream,
illism.
for me to like expose and drop new drama or just anything to talk about, it's not that kind of stream. I
Darn.
apologize if you think it
Love you,
is going to be. It's
KTSM,
just
less than 3.
everything I need to say, from my voice, coming from me. I also apologize. I will be, you know, stopping, stuttering. I can't control the emotions I show during this. I didn't even write anything to
Love
say.
and
I've written
support you,
down,
Bug
you know, the
Katie,
things I
love
want to
Katie,
talk about,
love.
but it's not something I can just sit and read, which is hard for me because it's hard to just voice how I'm thinking, what I'm thinking. So I do ask that you guys be patient with me. And this isn't edited, so I can't, you know, go back or cut out the pauses that I make. So
Love
again, I
you,
apologize.
Bugs
This is
Katie,
gonna be
heart,
all over the
Katie,
place
heart.
and probably not make any sense. But I'm doing it anyway. I guess. I also want to thank
Love
everyone
you, KT.
that is even just here. From things I've said and refused to watch the full thing, where there's a lot of people that only want to watch his videos on it, especially because of the latest video using clips from my stream. They really don't feel it's necessary to watch or read any of my stuff.
Bro,
And it's hard.
I wonder, she didn't even.
I feel like I don't have a voice in my own story, if that
Bro, this is. You literally lied about stuff and like left like crucial information out. I don't know why you would like expect anyone to care about your original video if you're just gonna lie in it. And
that
yeah,
makes sense. So I really want to thank you guys for at least being here, hearing me out. Again, I'm sorry if I like say things the wrong way and just use the wrong wording or go back. It's just crazy right now. Everything's crazy. But I thank you guys for being here. Anyways, the one biggest thing that I want to clear up, it is fucking sexual assault. Okay? I'm not gonna apologize, say that it isn't sexual assault, that I'm not a sexual assault victim. The touching that he has admitted to many times, this touching that he admitted to not asking or getting my consent before he did, he felt up my tits on a couch with other people there. He stuck his hand up my shirt, under my bra, and felt up, fondled, whatever you want to say. He felt up my tits. Unwanted sexual touch is literally in the definition of sexual assault. It's fucking sexual assault, and I'm never gonna
It's
apologize for
literally
saying it is, okay?
changing her
It
story
isn't
from what it was
fake
before.
allegations. It's not fake allegations. I'm not a
Hi,
liar.
Katie. I
Quite
hope you feel
literally,
better and
the
everything
thing that
gets
I was
sorted out
talking
less than
about is
3.
my sexual assault. And that's the one thing he confirmed. He can sit there and confirm that he did it. And I'm still sat here getting called a liar, getting called a fake victim, getting called, what was it? A slut and a prude at the same time. And quite frankly, it's fucking
Did he ever
ridiculous.
say that?
I'm not gonna stand down. Luckily, I'm not scared to say it anymore. That's it. It's sexual assault. He felt up my tits. This touching that he's talking about, that's what it is, okay? No, I'm not upset that he tickled me. I'm not saying that he assaulted me because he tickled me or because he was close to me. No, I'm upset because I was on a couch, 18 years old, drunk, on a couch with other people in the room, and he sticks up his hand and starts feeling my tits.
Bro.
That was my fucking story.
Okay,
No, he
you
didn't
never
ask
mentioned that
if I
before,
wanted
buddy.
But somehow, you know, he had enough energy to ask the question, are you ticklish? Which I responded with no. I'm not fucking ticklish. And that's what led to him feeling up my tits. He will never understand that feeling when I realized this wasn't just a bunch of people hanging out on a couch together, a bunch of friends hanging out, when it was inherently a sexual thing. And that instead of just a bunch of friends on a couch together, I was being wanted for my body. No, he would have never felt my uncomfort because he was too busy feeling something else that night. The amount of misinformation that is spreading is one of the biggest reasons. I feel like I just don't even really have anything to say anymore because, I mean, I was reading my own story on Twitter, and I was reading it, and I didn't even know it was my story they were talking about until they said my name, because of how skewed everything's gotten. It's like this huge game of telephone, where each
I don't know
time
what's
it gets a
around
little
the
bit more
Ivory
off,
Coast.
but no one's acknowledging that they could have heard wrong, and they're yelling what they heard as loud as possible. Okay, people saying I'm trying to ruin a man's career because he tickled me, or especially, he did not rape me either. Like, it's so important to hear what I'm saying. People getting their info from TikTok comment sections. Like,
That is where I get all of my info
I
from.
really do encourage everyone to
Other than the
watch
Mossad,
my
who pays
response
me.
on it. Like, either read my response on Twitter or watch the original video. I don't fucking care if you can't stand the fact that I'm crying. At least, if you're gonna say something, if you're gonna hate me, that's fine. Watch my full video and then choose to. Like, it's just, there's a lot. There is something I'm fully owning up to and clearing up right now. The screenshot.
Oh, the text message that you lied
my
about.
My recent response on Twitter, this is the only kind of, like, response thing I'm gonna give. I will acknowledge. That was a complete miscommunication. There's a screenshot I said was from his friend that wasn't there for the assault, mentioned our ages, and acknowledged, the situation was weird. It's a real screenshot. What I got wrong and what was miscommunicated was who it was from. It was actually from, instead of the guy who left or wasn't there for the assault, it was from the girl who wasn't there for the assault. Which I acknowledge is frustrating that I got that wrong, and I didn't realize I got it wrong until after I posted it a long time after. And obviously, when I don't come out and say, oh, I got that wrong, when he's the one to come out and say she got that wrong, it makes that into the biggest deal. I got a message from the girl that actually sent the text and was like, it was a while after I already posted my response, and was like, you kind of mixed up who the text was from, but I'm sure it won't be a big deal because it was only one of the minor things you said. And everything else you said in that response was way more important. Which obviously we've seen that was not the case. But I do acknowledge and own up to the fact that I completely was wrong about that.
I can't do it. I can't trauma farm. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's so uninteresting to me. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it, guys. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, guys. Hold on, I want to chat. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Okay. I want to see that bridge that collapsed. They finally updated the people, the death count. Oh, this is just one of those stupid videos. Dude, I love the people on Twitter who, hold on, if I check my likes, I can find the original tweet. Remember that article that we read on oh, God damn it. Are you kidding me? Oh, it fits so perfectly. We read that article called like Ugh Capitalism. That was just like, oh, you remember like the laziest excuse on the internet, how it just went over how like everyone on the what the fuck, how everyone blames everything on capitalism now, and there were literally people on Twitter just fucking blaming capitalism for it. It was insane. Although, but to be fair, okay, the right did the exact same thing when they started blaming the mayor of Brooklyn, who apparently is a DEI mayor, even though he's elected. Hold on, I want to see. Yeah, this is fucking insane. I don't understand. everyone's mind has been so fucked by so many different culture war nonsense things. Ship belonging to cargo's owner cited for labor violations. Ship belonging to the same company whose vessels crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore on Tuesday have been cited in recent years for labor violations, which include underpaying ship crews and holding crew members on board for months past their contracts. Months past their contracts? Jesus. According to the Australian Maritime Safety Authority. In 2021, the authority detained the Western Callow, another ship formerly owned by the company, the Singapore-based Grace Ocean Private Ltd, after found that the management was in arrears, paying 13 crew members and had kept them on board the ship for more than 12 months, well beyond their 9-month contracts. Bro, they have indentured servants working their ship. What the hell? How do they do that? How do they stop them from leaving? I mean, I guess they can't leave when they're literally on the ocean, but like, how do you stop them from leaving past their contract once their contract's up? A 4-lane bridge that collapsed after being hit by a container ship was not the most heavily trafficked route across the Baltimore Harbor, but without the crossing, 34 cars and trucks will have to find alternative routes. The collapse covers the southern stretch of Interstate 695, the portion of Baltimore Beltway that runs through the heavily industrial areas around the port. Early Tuesday morning, as I-695 closed around the bridge, the Maryland Transportation Authority was advising commuters to take one of the 2 tunnels that also span the harbor. Oh, so it's not like do you remember that when I-95 collapsed in Pennsylvania or whatever? And like, I remember this was a big deal. Yeah, 160,000 vehicles daily. And they didn't even and it was fucked, yeah. Yeah, because there wasn't, I remember this one, there wasn't like a good alternative route. There wasn't just 2 tunnels right next to it going the exact same direction. I remember this was a big deal. 160,000 vehicles daily on this one compared to the 34,000 in Maryland. Dude, this is actually unhinged. I saw fucking, dude, I can't believe Zero Hedge fucking retweeted another unhinged thing.
Are you crazy? You're fucking beginner, you are fucking, you are fucking. You fucking, you bloody, you bloody bastard, bitch. You fuck you. Bloody fuck you, bloody. Fucking mother, bloody fuck, bitch.
Like, this is just, I don't understand. This is just racism. This is just where we're at now. This doesn't, this is just racism. No one's calling them out on it, but it's like literally like, look at these fucking barbarians trying to steer the ship. Like, it's fucking unhinged. Like, that is the joke here, right? Am I missing something? Literally unhinged. I don't fucking get it, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get how this is where we're at now. How is this where we're at? Where a bridge collapses and everyone's this didn't even happen a year ago when this collapsed. There weren't any, as far as I'm aware, there weren't any conspiracy theories about this this collapse. There weren't any people saying it was because I don't know, whatever talent happened in Pennsylvania had a DEI hired mayor. We're actually so fucked. Our democracy's actually so fucked. We're so screwed. I'm so black-pilled on misinformation now. After I've said this like 100 times before, but oh my god, the expired food stuff. When we literally, that was just a lie. It was all just made up. And it could all easily be debunked. And just today, hold on, this was another Twitter fight. The like unusual whales, Twitter just tweeted out a bullshit claim. That was like, oh, they deleted it because it was bullshit. That was like, the 44% of homes were bought by private equity in 2024. It's just not in 2023. It's just not true at all.
Go buy a castle in there. The claim is 44% of all single-family home purchases were by private equity firms in 2023. This is false. It was tagged in the video. Let's talk about it real quick. Before we start, I have to agree with the original creator that housing affordability is the #1 economic problem today in America. By the way, it's even worse in Canada. Go buy a castle in Scotland, for example. The stated number comes from a Median article from December 2023, which in turn cites Business Insider, and it has a link, we can click it, where we read that investors accounted for 44% of purchases of flips, not of all single-family homes. Yahoo Finance has this really nice breakdown. No, Wall Street investors haven't bought 44% of all homes this year. What we find is that investors account for around 20 to 30% of all purchases. Here we've got 1 to 9 properties account for most of it at 19%. But the big ones, you know, your Blackstones, the ones everyone's worried about, your 1,000+ properties, 0.3%. And even the next tier, 100 to 999 properties, 0.7%. We're talking like 1 to 2 percentage points at most.
It's just lie, and like it takes too long to actually go into the data and like debunk it.
The
so
claim
people just
is
never
44%.
People just never learn what the truth is, and it's like, yeah, and it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. It drives me insane. It is driving me insane. All right. Oh shoot, we do have to read this at some point. Because there was just that new thing today. The one hostage that came out and says he was sexually assaulted. I need a quicker way to. I wonder if there's a program. There's got to be a program unless we change all my titles at once. All right. Israeli hostages says he was sexually assaulted and tortured in Gaza. We should probably do this first. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oh, oh no, I knew they were going to use her last name. I have no clue to pronounce this. Amit Sassana, an Israeli lawyer, was abducted from her home on October 7th, beaten and dragged into Gaza by at least 10 men, some armed. Several days into her captivity, she said, her guard began asking about her sex life. Ms. Hassana said she was held alone in a child's bedroom a chain by her left ankle. Sometimes the guard would enter, sit beside her on the bed, lift her shirt and touch her, she said. He also repeatedly asked her when her period was due. When her period ended, around October 18th, she tried to put him off by pretending that she was bleeding for nearly a week, she recalled. Around October 24th, the guard who called himself Muhammad attacked her, she said. Early that morning, she said Muhammad unlocked her chain and left her in her bedroom. After she undressed and began washing herself in the bathtub, Muhammad returned and stood in the doorway holding a pistol. He came towards me and shoved the gun at my forehead, Ms. Hassana recalled during 8 hours of her interview with the New York Times mid-March. After hitting Ms. Hassana and forcing her to remove her towel, Muhammad groped her, sat her on the edge of the bathtub, and hit her again. He dragged her at gunpoint back to her child's bedroom, a room covered in images of the cartoon character SpongeBob SquarePants, she recalled. It's such a stupid detail to bring up. Then he, with the gun pointed at me, forced me to commit a sexual act on him, Ms. Hassana said. Ms. Hassana, 40s the first Israeli to speak publicly about being sexually assaulted during captivity after the Hamas-led raid on southern Israel. In her interviews with the Times, conducted mostly in English, she provided extensive details of sexual and other violence she suffered during the 55-day ordeal. Ms. Hassana's personal account for her experience in captivity is consistent with what she told 2 doctors and social workers less than 24 hours after she was freed on November 30th. The reports about her account state the nature of the sexual act. Times agreed not to disclose specifics. Mrs. Hassana described being detained in roughly half a dozen sites, including private homes, an office in a subterranean tunnel. Jesus, why can't I speak? Jesus, oh my God. Later in her detention, she said, a group of captors suspended her across the gap between 2 couches and beat her. For months, Hamas and its supporters have denied that its members sexually assaulted people in captivity or during the October 7th terrorist attack. This month, the United Nations report said that there was clear and convincing information that some hostages had suffered sexual violence, and there were reasonable grounds to believe sexual violence occurred during the raid. While acknowledging 100 bits if you name the country between El Salvador and Nicaragua. You don't even need El Salvador. What are you... Dude, I don't understand why Opera does this. Why can't I fucking zoom out? You didn't even need El Salvador. Do you really not know? Do you not know the countries in this chain? It starts with an H. I'm not cheating. You're asking me after I got it right. It starts with an H. I can give you that much. Oh, I know that one. Yeah, you didn't even need El Salvador, dummy. Good. Dominican. Did you guess it? The Dominican Republic. Someone doesn't know Latin America. And Dominica. It's so easy. Well, this one was. Look at how many people got perfect. You guys just suck. Look, watch this. I'm going to do this right now. Bhutan, Saudi Arabia. Oh, that's easy. China? Afghanistan. Iran. Iraq. Easy. It's actually so easy. Watch another one right here. Estonia to Equatorial Guinea. Oh, that's so far. Okay, so Russia, Georgia, Turkey, Syria, Israel, Egypt. And this is where it gets hard. Libya. Algeria. No, not Albania. I know I don't need Albania. That doesn't count, guys. I didn't need Algeria either. Fuck. Mali? Fuck, I didn't need Mali? Chad? Okay, I did need Chad. Guinea-Bissau. Nope. What about just Guinea? Fuck. What's the Burkini? Oh no. Oh no, guys. What about the Democratic Republic of the Congo? God damn it. I needed Cameroon and Equatorial again. God damn it. I don't fucking know Cameroon. Lebanon to Afghanistan's easy, I think. Hold on, let me go the other way. Iran, Iraq, and then Syria borders both of them, right? Yeah. All right. It's so easy, chat. It's so easy. Except when it puts me in Africa, because I don't know those ones. Okay. For months, Hamas and its supporters denied. We read that. After being released along with 105 other hostages during a ceasefire in late November, Ms. Asana spoke only in vague terms publicly about a treatment in the Gaza Strip, wary of recounting such a traumatic experience. When filmed by Hamas minutes before being freed, she said she pretended to have been treated well to avoid jeopardizing her release. Ms. Asana said she decided to speak out now to raise awareness about the plight of the hostages still in Gaza, whose numbers have been put at more than 100 as negotiators for a ceasefire falter. Negotiations for a ceasefire falter. Hours after her release, Ms. Asana spoke with a senior Israeli gynecologist, Dr. Julia Barda, a social worker. I'm not even going to try that one. VT about the sexual assault. The two women, in separate interviews with the Times, a medical report filed jointly by them and reviewed by the Times briefly summarizes her account. Amit spoke immediately, fluently, and in detail, not only about her sexual assault, but also about the many other ordeals she experienced. Dr. Barter said. The following day, on December 1st, Ms. Asana shared her experience with a doctor from Israel's National Center of Forensic Medicine, according to the center's medical report, which was reviewed by the Times. Oh, God. Saigol Sadetsky, a professor at Tel Aviv University Medical School, who was helping advise Ms. Asana's family as a volunteer, said Ms. Asana first told her about the sexual assault within days of her release. Professor Sadetsky, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I'm going to hope that's how you pronounce it. A former top Israeli health official said Ms. Asana's accounts have remained consistent. Ms. Asana also spoke to the UN team that published a report on sexual violence, but the Times was unable to review her testimony. A spokesperson for Hamas, Bassam Naim, said in a 1,300-word response to the Times that it was essential for the group to investigate Ms. Asana's allegation, but that such an inquiry was impossible in the current circumstances. I'm sure Hamas has a very well established institutional review unit, you know. I'm sure they take these claims very seriously. I'm sure. I believe them. Mr. Naeem cast doubt on Ms. Asana's account, questioning why she had not spoken publicly about the extent of her mistreatment. He said, in the level of detail in her accounts, makes it difficult to believe the story unless it was designed by some security officers. True. For us, the human body, and especially that of the woman, is sacred, he said, adding that Hamas's religious brief forbade any mistreatment of any human being, regardless of their sex, religion, or ethnicity. Mr. Naeem criticized the Times for insufficient coverage of Palestinian suffering, including the reports of sexual assault by Israeli soldiers and Palestinian women, which have been a subject of investigations by UN officials. By the way, didn't Al Jazeera just admit that that the reported raids at El Shifa were probably wrong. El Shifa Village video claiming woman was raped by Israeli forces in Gaza El Shifa raid. Yeah. What's been going on with El Shifa in general? I don't know, like why is Israel doing this? Israel said it wants to take charge of Gaza's security in the future. It's contradicted its main ally, the United States, and opposed to Washington wants the Palestinian Authority to take over. But they seem to be on the same page on destroying Hamas, so the ground operation would be... Can you just mention why it's happening, which is that it's a suspected terrorist operating point? Israel wants to dismantle the hub that Al Shifa has become and take over what it has seen as a stronghold of Hamas's military and administrative capabilities. What happens at the hospital could also have an impact on future negotiations on releasing captives and allowing desperately needed humanitarian aid to field to Gaza. Thousands of people are still trapped inside the hospital. Raid follows daily heavy attacks in the area with thousands of displaced patients with suffering. Wild. Hospitals are not battlegrounds. Alright, back to this. Fuck, hold on. There's also... I don't understand how...
It's
He's
just
very
crazy
secretive when it
because,
comes to
like,
his
so
relationship. So
consistently, there's one thorough line through all of these issues.
How does he do this? How does he make
In
an
all of
hour
these,
video
like, transportation
on
related
this?
issues?
This is like a... I can talk about this for like 10 minutes. Am I just a bad political streamer? How did he talk about
And
this
it's
for an
not Pete
hour?
Buttigieg. Doesn't even make sense. That's what's frustrating about this situation is like obviously it's racist, but I'm so used to that, right? So like I expect it, and that's like it more and more. Like what do we?
How does he do it? How does he even?
Reported. As a result, local authorities
That's how he does
closed the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives. Our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident.
He's a spider, mate. Oh yes, we can. They're saying maybe they can see you as possible. So
How did he? What is he even
you have
on
to
about?
maintain it, and you at least have to add additional safety measures around the bridge. But we don't do that because that's gay and lame and woke and Marxist, I guess. And you know, the reality is that we can't do that. Honestly, we shouldn't do that. We mustn't do that. The power lines around the bridge had fenders, but the main bridge didn't. What's crazy is you can see the power lines going across the harbor have fenders around them.
I don't understand. How did he talk about this for an hour? How did he do it? What is he even talking about right now? I don't get it. I don't get it, man.
Is to describe the principle basically, and how you know there are holes in every perfectly designed structure, and it's pretty funny because like it's ironic that this makes up for one component, but the same principle exists for the entire design. All the bullshit about DEI makes me so upset because
given the wide open border. That is why you have been so adamant. Why has the Republicans...
This isn't even... I don't get... I wish I could talk about it for an hour, man. I wish I could make that easy fucking content. Oh my god. Okay. Back to this. I'll get there one day, guys. Guys, one day you will all be watching me talk about a single bridge collapse for an hour. Somehow. I will somehow stretch it out to do that. Okay. We read that Hamas planning documents found in one village shortly after the October 7th raid, which was reviewed by the Times, said take soldiers and civilians as prisoners and hostages to negotiate with. Videos from October 7th shows uniformed Hamas militants abducting civilians. Wild. The abduction. Mrs. Susan lives alone in a cramped single-story home on the western side of Kibbutz Kfar Aza. After hearing sirens and warnings of rockets on October 7th, she said she sheltered in her bedroom, which was also a reinforced safe room. From her bedroom, Mrs. Souza listened as the attackers' gunfire grew closer. The small kibbutz stands roughly 1.5 miles from Gaza, and it was one of the more than 20 Israeli villages, towns, and army bases overrun that day by thousands who surged across the Gazan border shortly after dawn. Some 1,200 people were killed that day and around 250 abducted, Israeli officials say. Setting off a war in Gaza that local health officials say has killed at least 31,000 Palestinians. Miss Susanna, I don't know, I need to look up how to pronounce this, but it's not going to tell me, was at the kibbutz almost by chance, sick with a fever. She had been recuperating. Okay, I don't care why she was there. I don't care that she's dealing with the three sisters. At 9:46 a.m. that day, she heard gunmen outside prompting her to hide inside her bedroom closet, according to the messages on her family WhatsApp review by the Times. 20 minutes later, her phone died. Moments later, I heard an explosion, a huge explosion, she said. And a second after that, somebody opened a closet door. Dragged from the closet, she said she saw roughly 10 men rifling through her belongings, armed with assault rifles, a grenade launcher, and a machete. Part of her house was on fire. A blaze that would ruin the building. Over the next hour, the group dragged her through a nearby field towards Gaza. Security footage from a solar farm near the kibbutz, which was widely circulated on the internet, shows the group repeatedly attacking her to the ground as they struggled to restrain her. At one point, a kidnapper picked her up and slung her across the back. The video shows her falling so hard her legs thrashed in the air that the man tumbled to the ground. I don't want to let them take me into Gaza like an object without a fight, said Mrs. Anna. I still kept believing that someone would come and rescue me. The abuser. The kidnappers attempted to restrain her by beating her and wrapping her in white fabric, the video shows. Unable to subdue her, the attackers tried and failed to carry her by bicycle. She said, finally, they bound her hands and feet and dragged her across the bumpy farmland in Gaza, she said. She was badly wounded, bleeding heavily with a split lip, she said. The hospital report prepared shortly after her release so that she returned to Israel with fractures in her right eye socket, cheek, knee, and nose, and severe bruising on her knee and back. The report stated that several injuries were related to her abduction on October 7th, punches to her right eye, including punches to her right eye. After reaching the edge of Gaza, Mrs. Anna said she was shoved in a waiting car and driven a few hundred yards into the outskirts of Gaza City. She was untied, dressed in a paramilitary uniform, and transferred to another car filled with uniformed militants. A hood placed over her head, though she could still catch a glimpse of her surroundings from under it, she said. After a short drive, she was hurried up a staircase onto a rooftop, she said. After the hood was removed, Mrs. Anna said she found herself in a small structure built on the roof of what she would later realize was an upscale private home. She remembered that militants were busy taking more guns from a box. The gunman hurried downstairs, and she was left alone, facing a wall with a man. With a man who said he was the owner of the home and called himself Mohammed, she recalled. After a couple of minutes, he said, I can turn around. Mrs. Anna said, and I was shocked. She added, I find myself sitting in a house in Gaza. She said Mohammed soon was joined by a younger man, Mohammed. Oh, Mahmoud. How do you pronounce this? Mahmoud? I'm going to guess that's Mahmoud. She remembered Mohammed as a chubby, balding man of average height with a wide nose. Later that day, they dressed her in a thick brown garment that covered her body, she said. They gave her 3 pills, which they said were painkillers. It was the only time she remembered receiving any kind of medicine in Gaza, let alone medical treatment. Fitted with a fan and television, the room appeared to have been prepared for her arrival, she said. There were 3 mattresses, she said, 1 for her and 2 for the guards. Early in her captivity, the guards chained her ankle to the window frame, she said. Around October 11th, she said she was led by the chain to a bedroom downstairs. She understood that it belonged to one of Mahmoud's sons and that his family had been moved to another place. The chain was reattached to the door handle, she said, next to a mirror. For the first time since her capture, she could see what she looked like. I saw the chains and I saw my face was swollen and blue, she said. And I just started to cry, she said. This was one of the lowest moments of my life. One of. For the next 2.5 weeks in October, Ms. Sassana said, she was guarded exclusively by Muhammad. She recalled that the room was almost permanently shrouded in darkness. The curtains were usually drawn shut, and there were rolling power outages for most of the day, she said. Hold on, chat. Check this guy out. Can we get some W's in the chat for this? Can we get some subs for this chat? I don't think he's very happy with me. Are you gonna stay here? Are you gonna abandon me? He's staying here for now. She said Muhammad slept outside the bedroom in the adjacent living room, but frequently entered the bedroom in his underwear, asking her about a sex life and offering massage to her body. When he took her to her bedroom, Mrs. Sassana said she refused to let her shut the door. After giving her sanitary pads, Muhammad seemed particularly interested in the timing of her period, she said. She said she had spoken in a mix of basic English and Arabic. She had learned a little Arabic at school, and her mother's family, Jews from Iraq, had spoken it sometimes during her childhood. Every day he would ask, "Did you get your period? Did you get your period? When did you get your period?" Okay, he left. When it over, will you wash? Will you take a shower? And you will wash your clothes, Mrs. Sassana recalled. When it arrived, Mrs. Sassana said she was exhausted, afraid, and undernourished. Her period lasted just 1 day. She managed to convince him that her menstruation continued for nearly a week, she said. She tried to humanize herself in his eyes by asking the meaning of Arabic words she heard on television. She also promised that her family would reward him financially if she was returned without further harm to Israel, she said. In the afternoons, 2 associates of Muhammad would join him at the apartment, bringing him a cooked meal, she said. Some of his food was given to her as her one meal of the day. The Israeli strikes in the neighborhood became more frequent and frightening, Mrs. Sassana said, noting that some shattered windows. As the bombing intensified, she said, she started feeling sorry for the civilians, wondering why Hamas had never built bomb shelters for its people. I felt for them, Mrs. Sassana said, just thinking about growing up like this. It's scary. The assault. Early in the morning of the assault, she said Muhammad insisted she take a shower, but she refused, saying the water was cold. Undeterred, he chained Mrs. Sassana and brought her up to the kitchen and showed her a pot of water boiling on the stove, she said. Minutes later, he brought her to the bathroom and gave her the heated water to pour on herself. After washing for a few minutes, she heard his voice again from the door. Quickly, she recalled him saying, I turned around and saw him standing there with a gun. She remembered reaching for a hand towel to cover herself as he advanced and hit her. He said, admit, take it off. She recalled. Finally, I took it off. He sat on the edge of the bath, and I closed my legs, and I resisted, and he kept punching me and putting his gun in my face, Mrs. Sana said. Then he dragged me to the bedroom. At that point, Muhammad forced her to commit a sexual act on him. Mrs. Sana said after the assault, Muhammad left the room to wash, leaving Mrs. Sana sitting naked in the dark, she said. When he returned, she recalled him showing remorse, saying, I'm bad, please don't tell Israel. Please don't tell Israel, really. That day, Muhammad repeatedly returned to offer her food. Mrs. Sana said, sobbing on the bed, she turned down the initial offering, she said. Knowing that Mrs. Sana craved sunlight, she said, he refused to open the curtains, leaving the room in darkness, desperate for daylight. She accepted the food, believing that she had no other option but to placate her abuser. You can't stand looking at him, but you have to. He's the one who's protecting you. He's your guard, she said. You're there with him, and you know that every moment it can happen again. You're completely dependent on him. The Israelis. Mrs. Sana said her captors moved her away from the border after a major hours-long bombardment overnight. Based on the extent of the explosions and snippets she caught on television, she later concluded that it was the start of Israel's ground invasion of Gaza on Friday, October 27th. On the following day, she was hurried into a small white car. She said the driver headed towards southwest. The driver headed southwest towards what she would later be told was the central city of Nuseirat. I don't know. Muhammad is still sitting in the back seat next to me, and with the gun pointed at me, she said. The car stopped outside what looked like a United Nations school, and Mrs. Sana was ushered into a busy street, she recalled. She said she was handed over to a man who called himself Amir. He marched up to her. He marched her up the stairs of a nearby apartment block into another private home, she said. For the first time in weeks, she was free of Muhammad, but terrified to be entering yet another unknown. Oh my God, she remembered, wondering, what's going to happen to me? The man ushered her into a bedroom and shut the door behind her, she recalled. Inside, she found two young women playing cards, next to an older man laying in bed and an older woman sitting in a chair, she said. Mrs. Sana was wearing traditional clothes from Gaza, she recalled. They looked at me and I looked at them for like half a minute, she said. Then I asked, are you Israelis? Are you Israeli? Mrs. Sana remembered one of the women replying. 3 weeks after her kidnappers, Mrs. Sana had been united with 4 other hostages. Hugging them, Mrs. Sana broke down in tears, she said. The identities of the 4 others were shared with the Times, on a condition that their names would not be used to protect those still in captivity. A few days after her arrival, she was summoned to the apartment's living room, Mrs. Sana recalled. Amir often played here with his children. On that day, the guards wrapped her head in a pink shirt, forced her to sit on the ground, handcuffed her, and began beating her with the butt of a gun, she said. After several minutes, they used duct tape to cover her mouth and nose, tied her feet, and placed the handcuffs on the base of her palms, she said. Then she was suspended, hanging like a chicken from a stick stretching between 2 couches, causing her such pain that she felt her hands would soon be dislocated. They carried out beating and kicking her, focusing the soles of her feet while simultaneously demanding information they believed she was hiding from them, Mrs. Sana said. She still doesn't understand what exactly they wanted or why they thought she was concealing something, she said. At one point, the head guard brought over a spike and made as if to poke her eyes with it, pulling away just in time, she said. It was like that for 45 minutes or so, she said. They were hitting me, laughing and kicking me, calling the other hostages to see me, she said. Mrs. Sana recalled that the kidnappers united her and returned her to the bedroom. Untied her and returned her to the bedroom, telling her she had 40 minutes to produce the kind of information or else that they would kill her. She said one of the young women was so frightened that she asked Mrs. Sana if she had any last messages for her family. In mid-November, the hostages were separated. The 2 youngest women were taken to an unknown location, she said. Mrs. Sana and the older couple were driven to a house surrounded by farmland. They found the house full of gunmen who ordered them to sit on the floor. Suddenly, the older woman began to scream, Mrs. Sana said. The woman was looking into a shaft that descended into the ground, Mrs. Sana said. I hear one of the drivers telling her, quote, don't worry, it's a city down there. Then I realized, Mrs. Sana said, we're going into the tunnels. The release. A ladder, several stairs, and a series of narrow, sloping passageways led to 3 hostages deep underground, she said. By the time they reached the bottom, the guards said that they were 40 meters deep, something they had hoped would reassure the hostages. She said the Israeli bombs could not reach them down there. Mrs. Sana said a big gunman in a mask was waiting for them at the bottom. Initially, he started shelling at them, telling them that Israeli had killed his family, she said, but then quickly stopped, removed his mask, and took a different tone. She said the man introduced himself as English as Jihad and told them his father worked in Israel and had even had his Israeli boss to dinner in the years when Israeli civilians could still enter Gaza. He spoke in Hebrew at times. Jihad said that he had learned some from watching Israeli television and sang them a famous song that he remembered hearing in a children's show. I was shocked, Mrs. Sana said. Suddenly he was the most humane guy we met there. The ground shook every time a missile struck nearby, making her fear that they might be buried alive, she said. The tunnels were dark, damp, and too narrow for people to pass each other, and their subterranean cell was so short of air that they were left dizzy and panting after taking a few steps, she said. Israeli troops would later capture and photograph the tunnels. Mrs. Sana identified fabrics and mattresses in the picture. Jesus. Their captors spent little more than an hour a day in the tunnel, ascending to higher levels overnight for fresh air, Mrs. Sana said. The hostages pleaded with the guards to bring them too. After several days, the kidnappers gave in, brought them back to the surface, and drove them to another private house, Mrs. Sana said. They were still there when Israel and Hamas agreed to a hostage deal and a temporary truce, which took into force on Friday, November 24th. The following day, the three hostages were driven to an office in Gaza City, Mrs. Sana's final detention site. Every day brought hope and disappointment. It was never clear which hostages would be freed and when. On Thursday, November 30th, which turned out to be the last full day of the truce, the guards were making lunch when one of them finished a phone call and turned to Amit. He says, Amit Israel, you 1 hour, Mrs. Sana recalled. Within the hour, Mrs. Sana said she was separated from the older hostage and driven through Gaza City. The car stopped and a woman and her job climbed inside. It was another Israeli hostage who was being released. They were taken to a junkyard, Mrs. Sana recalled. Around them, she said, the guards changed from civilian clothes into uniforms. Finally, the two women were driven to Palestine Square, a major plaza at the heart of Gaza City, where raucous crowd waited to see them, handed over to the Red Cross. Social media videos show that Hamas struggled to control the onlookers who surrounded the car, pressed up against those windows, and at one point began to rock the vehicle, Mrs. Sana said. After a tense few minutes, the Red Cross officials managed to transfer the woman to their Jeep. As they approached the Israeli border, a female Red Cross official handed Mrs. Sana a phone. A person who said he was a soldier greeted her in Hebrew. He said, quote, a couple more minutes and we're going to meet you. Mrs. Sana said, I remember I started to cry. The cat, no way. Okay. Thanks, Funeral Leech. Okay, what was her name? Amit? Who was taken hostage? I just need to remember this. Like, I don't need to remember like any of the specifics. I just need to remember like who she was and like what she claimed. October 7th has since come out and claimed her captors have Her captors forced her to commit a sexual act at gunpoint. She was also, in general, treated poorly. Being tortured for information she did not have and did not even understand what they were asking for. She was also kept in cramped and what's the word for like air deprived? Stuffy? I don't want to just say stuffy. And air lacking and carbon dioxide excessive and not well ventilated and low ventilation. In low ventilation tunnels for days. Okay, I guess we're sticking with that, low ventilation. I just realized they did, yeah. Did she also claim to be sexually assaulted? Or did she just... Did she just claim to be abused? Believable woman. Well, see, they're actually being... See, in this case, though, they're being paid by the Mossad. To some extent, but not this bad. The sexual assault, but it doesn't say. Into Discord. Oh, thanks. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah. I don't want to just download it. Can I not view it in my browser? Hold on. Let me just. Okay. Me scheme. Sexual assault. Interview. Another hostage. Yeah. That also claims to have been sexually assaulted.
התחלתי לצרוח שם משתגע כזה. וכשעצרו לי עצר לי שנייה, קרא כאילו מרחוק לרכב שהגיע, אסף אותי, משך אותי אחד המחבלים מהרכב, מבחוץ לרכב מהשיער.
Hold on, let me go back to the... You're gonna be radical Islamist and sexually assault woman shouldn't that be like a first rule of any religion not to do that? Well, I think technically it's probably not allowed by Islam, but the problem is they basically don't view Jews as people. Like, yeah. I think it's not the first rule, no, but I mean, that guy in the article said it was technically not allowed, and that Hamas would be investigating it. Or no, he didn't say Hamas would be investigating it. He said they would be investigating it, but the current circumstances don't allow because of the war, you know. But otherwise, I'm sure they would be investigating it. I'm sure. First Commandment is pretty. I mean, yeah. There are no innocent civilians in Gaza. Doesn't mention the Wikipedia article doesn't mention it, but yeah, they interviewed it.
כי האוטו של אליה התפוצץ, נשרף.
Although not as severely. All right. He's basically saved because his wife was also there. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. The Quran allowed. Well, I think the like excuse there was that like wasn't it like didn't her parents die or something, and it was like in order to take care of her for whatever reason he had to marry her. I think that's the excuse. Why did Muhammad? How do you spell Muhammad? Aisha married her because she had no caretaker. Yeah.
Detail. السوداء رضي الله عنها, and she.
Okay, well, we're not watching this. It's too low quality. Short and simple answer. It's because of Allah. Oh my god. So, this thread must have been so toxic. Well, he married her at 6, but waited till 9 to consummate. Okay, true. Because he was a true gentleman, yeah. Very simple. One, marriage has not always been about lust. People marry for different reasons back in the day. Do some research on how the meaning of marriage evolved. I like how he just like asks a question and they're like, so, well, maybe he asked it in like a bad way. I know this is a very popular question. I saw a video, but I still had a question. In the video, he says he married her when 6, but consummated when she was age 9. So Muhammad consummated her only when she became mature, which is at the age of 9. So my question is, why did he marry her before she became mature? Does that mean Islam allows us to marry a girl even before she becomes mature? I 16 am Muslim, but recently I've been having so many doubts regarding Islam. Answering this question will help a lot. Dude, he didn't even ask the question like in a combative way. Don't speak bad about the Prophet Muhammad. I will speak bad about whoever I want. Unless the Russia IRA pays me money. I am still accepting money, Russia. I will do it. I will spew this information for you. Consummation of marriage does not always mean intercourse. Do some research on the semantics of the word. Oh my god. Why did they remove so many? I know, yeah, he's literally a Muslim and like asks a question in a respectful way. Yeah, let's remove the Reddit. Everything gets better once you remove Reddit. But I think she didn't have a caretaker. It's the basic.
The question of the sister is, why did the Messenger of Allah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, why did he marry Aisha at such a young age? And can we use that as an example for us to marry young girls the same age today? Is that right? So let's answer this question. It's a good question, and it's an easy question. Now the why of it, nobody knows except Allah. Because the Prophet ﷺ never married any woman except it came to him from wahi. What does it mean? What is wahi? The Prophet ﷺ never went around looking at women and select this one or select that one or say, yo, check this out. Tell that girl I'd like to marry him or marry her. No. No, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, the Messenger of Allah ﷺ never spoke anything from himself. But whatsoever he heard from wahi, this is what he did. Now we know that the Prophet is a man like everybody else.
Just saying like,
but Allah subdued his nafs.
But if Allah told him to, it's good then, man.
Allah subdued his nafs with wahi, revelation. So he was guided by to do. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Normal for them to ask for the daughter of a man when she was 9 or 10. I would like to ask you for your daughter in marriage.
I sacrificed my mother and my.
This is very common among the Arabs. It was part of Norway. Don't think about. He said then, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, he was a well-known man in Mecca, right? Well-known, honest. He was an aristocrat. A very influential man. He was the supporter of the Prophet ﷺ. He was a companion of the Prophet ﷺ. And Aisha was his daughter. So one day the Prophet ﷺ said to him from the inclination he got from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he says, Abu Bakr, he says, do you love me? Abu Bakr said, Ya Rasulullah, I sacrificed my mother and my family for you. He said, then I would like to ask you for your daughter in marriage. This is very common among the Arabs.
So it was an arranged marriage, which makes it okay.
Think about Norway. Don't think about Europe.
Oh, I love the moral relativism.
Don't think about China. Don't think about America. You think about the Arabs. The Arabs at that time, it was urf. It was part of their urf. It was very normal for them to ask for the daughter of a man when she was 9 or 10 so that that daughter could come and move with the family. Not sleep with him, but come and move with that family so he could observe her, she could observe him. So by the time she got to the age where she could have sexual relationships and have children and intimacy, they would have already built a bond. You understand?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think it's the argument is that it wasn't like it was just more about like being with the family than it was like, yeah, this seems really good for a child than it was like about sex or anything. Critics allege that Aisha was just 6 years old when she was brothered to Muhammad himself in his 50s, and only 9 when the marriage was consummated. They base this off a saying attributed to Aisha herself, and the debate on this issue is further complicated by the fact that some Muslims believe this to be a historically accurate account, although most Muslims would not consider marrying off their 9-year-old daughters. Those who accept this saying argue that the Quran states that marriage is void unless entered into by consenting adults. Aisha must have entered puberty early, so that makes it okay. They point out that in 17th century Arabia, adulthood was defined as the onset of puberty. Blah, blah, blah. Interesting. Many of these criticisms Muhammad made at the time by his opponents, none focused on Aisha's age at marriage. According to this perspective, Aisha may have been young, but she was not younger than the norm at the time. Other Muslims doubt the very idea that Aisha was 6 at the time of the marriage, referring to historians who question the reliability of Aisha's age given in the saying. So can it just answer why? Doesn't answer one. Destiny Blazing admits on stream that it's being paid in one case 30,000 shekels to spew pro-Israeli propaganda. Everything the scripture has said about Israel-Palestine since October 7th, since the day he started paying attention, has been for revenue. Color me shocked. It's not just this. He pays his top Taliban lieutenants in new shekels every month. Do not trust the Mossad market. Oh my god. I can't. It's so hard to tell what's ironic anymore. It's like actually impossible to tell. It's literally impossible. Watch this. Hungary, Bulgaria. Oh fuck. What else do I need? What do I need to get there? Romania? Okay, Romania. Bulgaria, Turkey, Syria, Israel, Egypt, and then just Libya, right? Fuck yeah. I'm so good at this chat. Okay, one more. Oh no. From Nambia? Okay. Angola? The Democratic Republic of the Congo. South Sudan. Sudan. Egypt. Israel. Syria. Turkey. Bulgaria. To Luxembourg? Fuck. Okay, Bulgaria. Oh my god, okay. Fuck. How did I get Africa, but now I don't know. I don't know what the fastest route there is. I don't know if I need Romania or not. I don't think I necessarily do, right? So Luxembourg is between Switzerland and where? Fuck, I don't need Germany, do I? Do I need Germany? I do need Germany, okay. So now it's just... Fuck. Okay. How do I get from Bulgaria to Germany in the shortest time possible? I don't think I need Romania. I think I just need... If I do Hungary... I need Austria, right? Does Romania border both of these? Hell yeah. Oh my god. I'm so good at that chat. Oh my god. Perfect. Are you kidding me? From Nambia to Luxembourg. Perfect. It's so easy. Nambia to Luxembourg. Perfect. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, what do we want to do now? There's still a Ukraine video that I do want to watch, but it's like an hour long, and it's like stupid philosophy stuff. Nambia to Luxembourg. Perfect. Hell yeah. And then there's the book I want to read, but that's just like reading a book. I need to find more. I need to find engaging things, chat. So I can keep my average viewership up. And then once I get Twitch affiliate, I can just read nonstop. Do good Muslims wear hijabs? Conservative Muslims versus liberal Muslims. This isn't gay. This is the content you come here for, chat. This is peak non-fun stuff right here. Is there, can I need to move this over here. That's what I need to do.
I've been queer since the beginning of time.
Exactly, they have, and no one's denying it.
And people have acted upon that. There's poetry, there's erotic homosexual poetry.
That's a sin, if you look at every other religion, that's a sin in every religion.
No, it's not.
step forward if you agree with the prompt. A good Muslim woman wears a hijab.
Oh no. Oh dear God.
First thing I want to make clear is that a Muslim woman who doesn't wear the hijab, that doesn't mean that she's not a good Muslim. The reason that I step forward is because that means that this woman has taken on the challenge of going out every single day, wearing a headscarf and wearing the proper clothing. When they go outside wearing the hijab, everyone that looks at them knows they're a Muslim. It's an extremely difficult task that neither me or you will ever understand. But I have an extreme amount of respect for any woman who wears the hijab properly.
Yeah, of course, I agree with you 100%. You know, I look to the Quran, which is our book, and the Sunnah of the Prophet, which is like the way the Prophet lived, peace be upon him. And what does it say about the hijab? You know, hijab is something that's ordained for women in the Quran, you know.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
So I think that one of the main reasons why I disagreed is because of the statement, a good Muslim woman. And I think that you can be a bad Muslim woman as well and wear the hijab. And then also the hijab is not just limited to the headscarf. It's how you dress and how you carry yourself as well.
I was gonna say, so actually I have a question for both of you then. Let's say you meet a Muslim woman, you know, you marry her, she's wearing a hijab, but one day she says like, hey, you know, I don't feel like maybe I want to wear a hijab anymore. I guess like what are your thoughts be on that and on her decision for doing that?
It's about finding out why they were wearing the hijab in the first place. Like, was it forced upon them by their parents? Or was this something that they came to the conclusion themselves that, oh, you know what, I believe in Islam and I believe it is said in the Quran about wearing the hijab.
Where do you see in the Quran that it requires hijab?
So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَقُولِ الْمُؤْمِنَاتِ يَغْضُضْنَ مِنْ أَبْصَارِهِنَّ وَيَحْفَظْنَ فُرُوجَهُنَّ وَلَا يُبْدِينَ زِينَتَهُنَّ.
No, how did bro has this shit memorized? What the hell? And tell a believing woman to lower their gaze and to guard their chastity, and to not review that their adornments except what normally appears. Let them draw. Doesn't what normally appears, wouldn't that include your hair? Is a job really not what normally appears? Let them draw their veils over their chest and not reveal their hidden adornments except to their husbands, their fathers-in-law, their sons, their stepsons, their brothers' sons, their sisters' sons, their fellow women, those bondwomen in their possessions, male attendants with no desire, or children who are still unaware of woman's nakedness. So here
the word khimar, it doesn't use the exact word hijab, but the word khimar means headscarf.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess for me, in how I've read the Quran, the translation that I have, the word isn't required, it should. That women should cover their heads and cover their chests. And so that's why I hesitate with saying that
about a good Muslim
it's an
woman.
obligation.
So good Muslim
because it's
would, right?
more of a, I would say, should isn't must.
So personally, I guess I just took the prompt too literally. I mean, I consider myself a good Muslim, alhamdulillah, but I don't wear the hijab, obviously. Even if the Quran doesn't specifically say that this is required, the interpretation of the Quran has said that it is required, and I do believe that. I know it seems kind of contradicting that I'm a conservative Muslim and I don't wear the hijab. I don't think I'm ready to kind of wear the hijab yet. I want to wear the hijab. I need to wear the hijab.
Acting on homosexuality is a sin.
I believe that acting on homosexuality is a sin, especially like if you were expressing sexual desire, because that should take place between a man and a woman under the sanction of marriage. So that is the reason why I do feel as though it is a sin.
Chat.
And it's pretty clear in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أَتَأْتُونَ الرِّجَالَ شَهْوَةً مِّن دُونِ النِّسَاءِ. Do you guys prefer men?
Bro has all of these on tap. Oh my God.
Over women when he's talking to the people of Lut. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he says that one of the biggest problems for the ummah is the sin of Lut, or the people of Lut.
Again, we could just all agree, you know, this is not our personal opinion or anything. It doesn't, in the end of the day, when it comes to religion, our personal opinion doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is what God ordained for us. You know, this is the natural way of humans. Once we start diving in and wanting whatever we want, it just, where does it end at that point? When is it going to come to incest?
Where does it end?
For instance, in America.
Incest next. Incest is next. I am a based incest defender. I will defend
West,
it.
homosexuality 30 years ago wasn't accepted, or 40, 50 years ago. But now it's acceptable. This is the liberal idea, right? The subjective morality, it just shifts. It shifts based on the time. We don't shift in our religion. My question for liberal Muslims.
Actually, I don't know. I guess they kind of are. And in one hand, they are objective morality, right? Because they believe morality comes just from the Quran, right? But at the same time, as soon as it comes to Aisha, you're pulling all this stuff. Well, at the time, it was kind of normal, and at the time, an adult was just considered when they hit puberty, and at the time,
to be who dictates objective morality. Islam, as God tells us in the Quran, is a religion in the middle. So it has some aspects that you have to believe in from God, and some things that are a little bit more leeway for you. But you have to understand which ones are which.
May I start? Yeah, I don't believe that acting on homosexuality is a sin at all. There's so much to get into. In the story of Prophet Lut itself, you see that they weren't condemned because the people of Prophet Lut were coming to his house to have sex with the men who were disguised as angels, but you can look at it as a condemnation of rape and abuse itself and mistreatment of strangers. And the Quran verse that you cited as well, within that verse, Allah uses the prefix al, which means the, and there's interpretations that exist that say that specifically is talking about those men specifically who leave those women specifically. So meaning that those men who did that had wives that they left to go rape these, or try to attempt to rape these guests in an attempt to bring humiliation upon the Prophet and sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. Basically, there's different interpretations of the story of Prophet Lut. One interpretation is that it's about homosexuality, and there are other interpretations throughout history that says it wasn't about homosexuality, but for some reason the interpretation that it is condemning homosexuality is the dominant narrative. And I think that narrative seriously needs to be contended with, because we're saying that being homosexual or being bisexual or being anything other than heterosexual is a sin. But Allah creates you like that. Allah creates people who are intersex, like intersex people exist in
when you
this
think
world.
about it, he's just it's just a test, right? He's just testing your faith by making it harder for you to believe in him. It's just
and so I think there's
he gives everyone different struggles, and he gives some people the struggle of being gay or trans.
a lot of different interpretations out there about the story of Prophet Lut, and I think the central point in it is contending with the fact that people use sex as a weapon for domination, weapon for humiliation. That's a real issue, and being homosexual, being something that you were naturally created, isn't. My experience being a queer Muslim woman in America has been beautiful. Alhamdulillah, I've met and have been a part of a beautiful Muslim community that is a mix of queer Muslims and not. I don't think I've ever experienced backlash, at least to my face, for being queer and Muslim. Mostly questions or curiosity, but it hasn't ever been anything that felt like hurtful or unsafe.
So there's a couple different points that you said that I want to rebuttal and respond to. So the first one being that you said being homosexual, being bisexual, all of those things is a sin. First of all, that's incorrect. Being any of those things in itself is not a sin. So that's why when the Prophet is acting on homosexuality, that is the sin. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. He does.
Oh my bro has them all memorized in Arabic. God does not burden any soul with more than it can bear. Each gains whatever good it has done, and suffers its bad. Lord, do not take us to task if we forget or make mistakes. Lord, do not burden us as you have burdened those before us. Lord, do not burden us with more than we have strength to bear. Pardon us, forgive us, and have mercy on us. You are our protector, so help us against the disbelievers.
Does not burden a soul with anything more than it can take. As a Muslim, you believe that, like you just said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us all And he created homosexual people with those people with those tendencies for a reason. But at the same time, this whole life is a test, right?
Yep.
And for the person who has those tendencies, then that's an extremely difficult test that they're gonna have to go on with for the rest of their lives.
But that's an assumption that that is the only test. What if the test is living in a world that hates you, that thinks that you cannot act on a desire of love, of consensual love, but still being committed to Allah? What if that's the test itself?
That's part
and
of
that's what I think is the test.
And that's, I would say
and that's the interpretation out there that we're not talking about.
I have a question. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I would just also like to add, the Quran also kind of is about the nature, right? The nature of life, and so homosexuality, not homosexuality, acting upon homosexuality goes against the nature of why we were born.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and so we were born. Sorry.
Why are you trying to use naturalistic arguments when you literally have your fucking like religion to go off of? You don't need naturalism if you literally have your holy book that goes against like naturalism that has this all this fucking divinity shit in it.
All right, we were kind of like made in order to procreate, right? We need to
But
we
there's
need
people
to.
who
That's
can't
sunnat
procreate,
al-hayat.
though.
That's the way of life.
But I would disagree that the purpose of being with someone is to procreate, because in the Quran, Allah says that Allah creates mates for us so that we can find love, tranquility, and peace. And I think a lot of the reason why a lot of people think that acting upon homosexuality is a sin is because of hadith. And in those small numbers of hadith that are like unambiguously correct, there is no mention of homosexuality in those hadith.
So,
read Homosexuality in Islam by Dr. Siraj Al-Haq Kugel. He talks about this extensively. Keisha Ali also talks about this. These are both two contemporary scholars talking about this.
These are minority scholars in the way that, why is
and
this
that's
only,
fine.
Yeah, no, why is this an issue?
Fuck, what country is here? Fuck.
Only now, but not in all of this time of Islam.
It has
which all
always
this,
been an issue.
No,
It's
it's
an
not. For
issue.
sure it hasn't. The climate we live in nowadays, the
People
liberal
have
mindset.
been queer since the beginning of time.
The liberal mindset.
That's what I'm saying.
no one's denying that.
And people have acted upon that. There's poetry.
And
There's
that's-
erotic
And
homosexual
that's a
poetry.
sin. If you look at every other religion, that's a sin in every religion.
No, it's not.
It's not up to me for it to interpret. That's why
course it is. So what are we supposed to do with
you look
the
up to the
Quran?
people with knowledge. You look up to the people who have dedicated their lives to interpreting this. And
And
the
you
past
can do the same
1400 years.
thing,
I
but
have.
it's
That's what I'm
not-
saying. You can't ignore
It's not
all the
just
scholars of the 1400 years.
I'm not ignoring them, but you can't just say they're the only ones who are correct. I just told you
It's
two
not just
contemporary
one.
scholars who have alternatives.
Two compared to thousands.
Sure.
And there's way more who are also thinking about this.
Yeah, sorry, I really appreciate, I know you're all very passionate about this topic, but I think there's not going to be a middle ground, which is okay. I think the point is just to still have a conversation, and I appreciate that you guys are still listening to each other and talking, but we have to move on to the next prompt. The other side taints the image of Islam.
Oh God. I did only one of the liberals step
I think
forward.
that
Are
the
you
reason
kidding
why
me?
I step forward is because I feel like a lot of conservative Muslims, as a Muslim revert, have very strong cultural beliefs. That can be very intimidating for somebody who is new to the religion. And it kind of discounts like who I am and my own deen. So that's why I think that I feel that way, just because of the interactions that I've had with like foreign Muslims.
Yeah, I love that point because for me personally, people
That's
who
a dumb
revert,
argument.
because
Obviously,
we say
gay people
revert,
are
obviously,
horrible and
because
gross.
We believe that
We
every
don't need to
Muslim
bring
is,
religion
every person
into
is
that.
born Muslim,
That
but
is
then they
so
could
true,
change their
Carter.
creed
Thank
by
you.
their parents, right?
People are not
nowadays
gonna
have
know that
some
you're
weird
trolling.
Thing, like, oh, if I was born Muslim, like they think they're better and they treat them rudely. And this is not. The
I have
way
no
of
clue what
Muslim,
his
right?
country
Muslim, We
is.
accept everyone as they come to the religion, you know.
I was originally born into Christianity, and then I went on to college to study religious studies. And at that time is whenever I found peace with Islam, and so I decided to revert. I think the reason why I consider myself to be a liberal Muslim versus conservative is because I am a
I'm
revert.
not trolling. I
and
just
I know that I have
stopped
so much
drinking
more
soy.
to
That's
learn,
true.
and I'm open to that. I also believe that within Islam you have free will and free choice to make the correct decision. And so I find a lot of compassion for people in that way because I did live life for many years before Islam.
People are so worried about cancel culture. People are so worried about what everyone else thinks. People are so worried about being accepted by society. But who cares? As a Muslim, it's our responsibility to only care about what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala thinks and not care about what anyone else thinks.
Okay, so I guess why I disagreed with the prompt is because I feel Islam is way stronger to be kind of tainted by a group within it, you know. I may not agree with everything that liberal Muslims think or view, but that doesn't mean I feel like they are like this big negative thing on Islam, because I just don't feel like Islam can be affected by it.
Yeah, and I agree that in the fact that Islam itself can't be. The reason I agreed is because the perception of Islam, I feel like that's what's being affected.
I disagree with that. I don't think that's true. I don't think having those different ideologies really taint either side, because it's not like someone's gonna see like, for example, like, you might not agree with this, but I support gay rights, right? And I'm Muslim. And no one's looking at me and be like, oh, now all Muslims support gay rights. I'm like, no, it's not true. It's just my personal preference. And that's why I kind of disagree with both of you guys. When you guys say personal opinion doesn't matter in religion, I feel like it does at the end of the day, because religion is about who you are too.
Personal opinion is okay until it goes against what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said or what the Prophet, peace be upon him, has said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. No one's saying your opinion doesn't matter. Everybody's opinion matters. But in relation to Islam, your opinion isn't going to change the ruling. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that, yeah.
But the ruling itself comes from people's opinions. You realize that, right? Like jurists, like that is what you do with the law.
No,
you interpret
my
the law, you make a ruling from it
It's
based on
important
that.
to kind of like, it's important to note that, you know, people who kind of interpreted the Quran, like you're saying, they're not just like normal people like me and you.
But
They've
are,
kind
though.
of like, no, they are, but like those are like scholars who kind of, like you said, dedicated their life to kind of studying the Quran.
Of course. And I think those people are also biased, like everyone, right? Like everyone has their...
I don't think in the case of Quran that can be possible.
It is possible because we're humans.
Oh
All
my
humans
God.
are biased and subjective because the fact that we're human, we have a different experience. I'm going to interpret something or look at something completely different than another human being is, because that's the nature of our existence. It's subjective.
Just to make it clear, this religion is done. It has been perfected as Allah tells us in the Quran. It's not like these scholars are just coming in and changing something new. This is something that we get it from a source. We always have to go to the higher truth. The higher truth is the Prophet and what the companions learned from the Prophet, right? Because if we're just going to go, then yes, exactly your point, you know, because humans are subject on that bias, right? But we get it from the best source, which is our Prophet, right? If we don't follow the Prophet, who are we going to follow?
It's acceptable for a Muslim man to have more than one wife.
I guess for me, I think monogamy is not for everyone. And so I think Muslim men, Muslim women can have...
Chat, you want to know my real hot take? I don't think polygamy should be banned. I think polygamy being banned is stupid. I don't like who the fuck cares? Like we literally, like we have the First Amendment that's supposed to protect religious freedom, right? Who the fuck cares? Maybe this is the liberal moral relativist mindset. They're going to say that only, oh, that's probably true. And the conservative ones are going to be like, women shouldn't be allowed to divorce and yeah, stupid shit. But I don't give a fuck. That's a Supreme Court ruling that allowed us to ban polygamy. Supreme Court ban polygamy. First Amendment. Yeah, law prohibiting polygamy does not violate free extremism. This is a bullshit ruling, okay? This ruling? Fuck this ruling. I don't think it matters. Like, who the fuck is going to do it? Like, it's literally going to be like a bunch of Mormon communities in like Utah that are going to do it. It's like, who the fuck cares? Like, is that really going to, really think that's going to collapse society? If the Mormon people in Utah who are already off doing all their fucking weird shit, that's the straw that's going to break the camel's back? No, fuck that. I don't care if fucking Mormons have their Mormon town or Muslims have their Muslim town and they have multiple wives in it.
More than one partner, if it's consensual.
God tells us in the Quran that you can marry up to 4, but the precaution is that you maintain equity between them. And if you can't, then you have to stick to 1. You mentioned that men and women, you know, this is the difference, right? Because only men in this way. A man can marry up to 4 because think of this situation. Say, for instance, he had more than one wife, say for instance 4 wives, right? And he gets one of them pregnant, right? Everyone's gonna know who the husband is and who the father is. If a woman has more than one husband, Someone gets her pregnant, no one's going to know who the father is. That's not the exact reason, but I'm saying just an example, just to think about it, you know. And in the end of the day, this is because Allah tells us the way.
We live in a vastly different time. We view women differently in this world. Just because that is what the Quran said in that context doesn't mean that we can't interpret differently now.
Okay, maybe I'm the old-fashioned one because I always believe I believe marriage is always like a love marriage. I don't think you can love 4 people at the same time. That's just my personal opinion. If you do get married to the person that you want to be for the rest of your life and a person, you know, you share love with, not someone you just get married because you have, you know, the authority to marry up to 4 people, so.
You could have a love marriage, but you can also have an institution of marriage. And I also think that that's what Islam kind of bases marriage around as well, right? Because even the model modeled after the Prophet, peace be unto him, when it came to him having 4 wives, it was based off of actually merging tribes together, political reasons, and also someone was a widow. So with that being said, I think that it's just different. And I think that that's one of the topics that we kind of have to seek the wisdom behind before we just make it about today's times.
Yeah, can men marry 4 wives, 4 women? Yes, but you can't. I mean, you can't be
unjust.
Yeah, you can't be just with all the 4 of them.
The 4 wives have to agree to it too. It
Exactly.
Can't be,
yeah. If you want to marry someone else, a lot of women themselves don't even want. They're not okay with that.
So yeah, you can do it, but you will never be able to do it the right way. So don't do it. You know.
Christianity deserves the same scrutiny as Islam.
True, based. What does it mean by the same? Because there's definitely areas where Islam is worse. Like obviously, there are areas where Christianity is probably worse.
Yeah, I think that Islam is very scrutinized in Western media specifically for their practices. Because if you are following the word by text, you know, a lot of it doesn't align with what Western values hold. Islam has always been a target for people on the Western side, people around the world. And I think Christianity has always been seen as kind of just like this top of the level religion. It's like, you know, you're a Christian, you're a good person, you can't do no wrong.
Yeah, I think all religions need scrutiny. I think any religion can be taken to extremes. You cannot understand certain things and so do things that are harmful to others. In terms of Christian history, you had the Crusades, and Islamic history, you also had colonialism as well. So yeah, every religion needs to be scrutinized. We can't just follow blindly.
Yeah, I think the question was hard for me to answer because I don't believe that any religion really needs scrutiny. I think that for me as a born
You don't think
Christian,
any religion
I can
needs scrutiny?
understand why Christianity and Islam are looked at kind of differently just based on rituals and the way that it's expressed out into the world. But I guess the question kind of just caught me up with the scrutiny part. What exactly are we scrutinizing and why?
I agree. There shouldn't be any scrutiny on any religion, and because why do I say this? Because Allah tells us in the Quran when He gave the revelation to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, because who were the people in Mecca? They were pagans, right? He told them don't attack their gods, don't say anything bad to their gods. And also when God tells us when we're talking to Ahlul Kitab, meaning the people of the book, the Christians and the Jews, we speak in a nice way.
I just don't like how Islam gets treated worldwide in the modern sense. I think we're always perceived as the bad guy. It's always us, you know. It's always attack this, Islam did, or you live in an Islamic country, it's violence, stuff like that. So I definitely think it's unfair how we're always the scapegoat for religions. I grew up in a more dominant white suburb in Illinois. I suffered heavy racism every day in middle school and elementary school. You know, the original remarks, terrorist, go back to your country, all that stuff. Growing up as a kid, I was religious. But then as I got to high school and college and started forming my own thoughts, I kind of went away from Islam.
All of what he's saying is true and based and whatever. It's just the question is does religion deserve scrutiny? It's okay, well, obviously religion deserves scrutiny. But there's a difference between attacking bad ideas and just being bigoted against Muslim people. Obviously, there are a lot of people who are bigoted against Muslims. And obviously, Muslims face a lot of discrimination. It's just...
I kind of explored other things, but then the last 3 to 4 years,
I
started reading more about Islam. I started practicing more because I finally had my own freedom to actually practice it and not have my dad or my parents you have to do this, you have to do that. So I definitely felt more comfortable practicing on my own.
The Quran must be reinterpreted for the 21st century.
Oh no.
Well, I feel like this is kind of like the crux of what I've been saying this whole time. You always need to reinterpret the Quran. Whoever is looking at the Quran, whoever is reading it, needs to interpret it, needs to understand what Allah is telling that person. All the information, everything that we're learning is about getting us closer to a just future. And in the time of the Prophet, slavery was well and alive. The Quran never outright abolished slavery, but people, through their interpretation, decided that the Quran is leading us to a future where slavery shouldn't be allowed because it's unjust.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Quran as a text is a holy text that should never be changed or obviously rewritten. Like that's off the table. But I think interpretation, kind of we talked about the whole time, matters. I've consulted with different mosque leaders, different people who actually study Islam, and not once there was a big overlap because they have their own interpretation of what the Quran is into the modern world. So I just think in general there definitely should be a more modern interpretation.
The first thing is, so we as Muslims believe that obviously the Quran is the word of God, and
the final
no one
word
is disagreeing with the fact that society has changed. Do you believe that Allah knows the seen and the unseen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so when
my headphones just cut
Allah
out.
subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed the Quran.
As a whole, kind of we talked about the whole time matters. I've consulted with different mosque leaders, different people who actually study Islam, and not once there was
What the fuck? Was it? I'm assuming you guys can hear the audio fine, but
a big overlap because they have their own interpretation of what the Quran is into the modern world. So I just think in general there definitely should be a more modern interpretation.
The first thing is, so we as Muslims believe that obviously the Quran is the word of God, and no one is disagreeing with the fact that society has changed. Do you believe that Allah knows the seen and the unseen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knew what was going to happen in the future. He knew what was going to happen to society. And when revealing the Quran is timeless. Any reinterpretation of the Quran, I believe, is incorrect, because then what would differ the Quran from the Bible?
So should slavery still be a thing?
No, but go ahead.
Oh my God.
Okay, the slavery is a whole other topic. Slavery in the time of the Prophet was not the same as the trends, whatever.
Just the act of owning.
Literally, remember this guy was talking about moral relativism and how it was bad, and then now he's like, well, slave owning back then.
Another human being.
That's a whole other thing. They were basically just a servant. They could buy their own freedom. They had rights. They weren't treated like an animal, like how, as we see in our history in America, how it was. This is not what it was. Going back to the actual prompt, the Quran is a rahmah in the people. It's a mercy for the humans Allah gave us to, right? The Quran is the words of Allah, right, of God.
In the simplest form, I just believe that the Quran is like a sacred text, and sacred text as a whole just should not be touched. When I think about reinterpretations, I almost think about amendments in a way. If we believe that the Prophet, peace be unto him, is the last and final messenger, then whatever he was revealed to him, it is that.
You can't reinterpret everything, because the second you open up one thing for reinterpretation, you're opening up the whole religion for reinterpretation.
It's not opening up the whole religion. The religion itself is devotion to Allah alone. That is what Allah says in Surah Al-Baqarah, that Islam equals devotion to a religion. Islam equals devotion to Allah alone.
Of course.
It was awesome speaking with you guys.
Yeah, that's great.
Wow. That was I know. Jesus, I am so black-pilled on West Good now. I can't. It's been wild how much my thinking has shifted over the past. I wasn't streaming back then, so you guys aren't gonna know, but the past 6 months, man. Yeah. Hold on, I wonder if there's gotta be an atheist versus. Does coming at is Carter still here?
Hi, I'm Gen, and I explore social and controversial issues through both sides. Today I'll be moderating this middle ground episode of Closeted versus Openly Queer. For anonymity, the closeted queer side prefers to have their faces blurred, and the rest of the cast and crew have agreed to respect their privacy. The first prompt is, coming out has a price. Can the agreeers please step forward?
I mean, obviously it has a price. Yeah, what a dumb fucking question. Obviously everyone's going to step forward to that.
I grew up in a Mormon family, and being queer is not a thing. They say there are no gay Mormons. just people with same-sex attraction. They won't even call it gay. It actually didn't even occur to me till I was in my 30s and I had left the church that I could be queer. And it was really, really hard. There's a huge price to pay. I was married to a man and I had 3 kids with him. I had to break up my family. I had to break somebody's heart that I loved, that I cared for, and change my kids' lives forever and my whole family. Huge price. But the only decision that I could ever make.
I think it's really brave of you to take such a huge step, a huge leap, to be able to be true to yourself, of course. It's something that I aspire to do one day, inshallah. I'm Muslim, so in the Islamic community.
Have you seen Duck Song 4? I'm fairly certain I have, unless it literally just came out. $45. Oh, no, I haven't seen it. What the fuck? Chat, this is way more important.
Story. Bum bum bum, ba-dum ba-dum. A duck walked up to a lemonade stand and he said to the man, run in the stand. Hey, bum bum bum, got any grapes? The man said, well, look who's returned. No luck, duck, I finally learned. I bought you grapes, you said no. The duck said, gotta go. Then he waddled away, waddle waddle, till the very next day. Bum 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 ba-dum. When the duck walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to them, the man said, duck, you know I don't. I never will, I always won't. So please don't ask that again. The duck said,
why did he make this?
You win. Then he waddled away, waddle waddle, till the very next day. Bum 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 ba-dum. When the duck walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to the man, run in the stand. Hey, bum bum bum, you got a banana?
Wait, Carter, you'll like this one because it's about gay people.
The man said, duck, take a wild guess, and you'll be wrong if you guess yes. Of course I don't have bananas. The duck said, watch your manners. Then he waddled away, waddle waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle waddle waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle waddle, till the very next day. Bum 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 stand. And he said to the man, run in the stand. Hey,
yeah, Duck Song 4 is about gays.
You got a carrot? For fun, waddled away, waddle waddle, to the lip bum. You got a pea? The man said, no, I don't got a pea. Hey, wait a minute, now I see, I walked right into your trap. The duck said, and that's a wrap. Then he waddled away, waddle waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle waddle waddle.
Why did he make this? I don't know what I expected, but it is Duck Song 4. Thanks, Zach, for letting me know. The Christmas Duck Song? Why the fuck is he still making? How many fucking Duck Songs has he made? Why did he make? Why? Why did he return to the fucking Duck Song? Okay. Carter, are you still here? Because this is about you people. That yeah, not many player ups.
Of a sin, and it becomes really hard for me to try to have open conversations with my parents because they don't know that I'm queer at all. They don't even know I'm here. So like, woo! Also, me being first generation, it becomes a huge pressure because both of my parents, they basically traveled like thousands of miles out of their comfort zone just to give me a better life. And I think it's hard for me because I feel like in order for me to come out, I do need to be financially stable, financially independent, because I constantly do feel like that I am owed a debt to my parents.
Also, religious background, Christian parents. My parents don't know I'm here. They know I drove out here yesterday. But yeah, it is definitely a cost because like all growing up, all my friends were through the church. I was a youth leader through the church. And there's always like this worry in my mind that
all these guys have 10-inch
I come out, the people that I like led through the church, the parents might think differently. Like, did he do something with our kids? Was he like I don't know. It's just, that's always in the back of my mind. Or all these like, how will it change if when they see that, like, but it's scary to see if you lose your friends. And
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I think also, you also brought up the fact that you want to wait until you're financially stable and independent of your parents to come out. And I finally have like paid my parents back. They let me a ton of money, helping me like, buy my car. So like, I'm coming to that point where I'm like, it's scary, but I'm getting close to when I can actually tell them and come out.
Personally, coming out as transgender, it's had a lot of hardships. I've had to cut off family. It's made my working environments kind of unsafe or uncomfortable. But I don't regret coming out just because I feel like I can be more authentic. But really, that's your journey, that's your timeline. So, whenever you feel ready, or if you're not ready, it's all good.
Yeah, like I definitely I'm glad that I can finally be somewhere where like I resonate with all your guys' story. Like it's crazy because where I live, like I'm the only one, and so it's hard for me to like express myself because nobody I know feels the same way. And especially my parents as well, they're very like, hey, a man is supposed to do this, a woman is supposed to do this. It's very like, if you don't follow these, like your guidelines, like we don't want it type thing. If I were to come out, they'll probably like kick me out the house where I live, and so it's tough doing that for sure.
What's been interesting to hear is that there's been a lot of mention around safety, not just like financial safety, but mental and psychological, as well as relationships as well. I would love to hear from you two if you guys have any advice.
Well, I would say the fact that we get to see your lovely faces, but the audience does it, should show obviously that there's a price. I mean, if there wasn't, you'd be able to say this openly. So I just commend you for coming out here.
It's such a dumb fucking question, because obviously everyone's going to agree to that.
And it just felt so nice to hear all of you speaking, and I really resonated with you because I grew up Muslim. My dad is very religious, and I came out in my late 20s when I was independent and felt like if my parents disown me, then at least I'm like 28 and I have my own life and I have friends and whatever. And so I called my dad and I was like, I don't even remember what I was trying to say. I was talking circles, and he was like, oh, you're coming out. And I was like, sir, who taught you that word? What is going on here? And then he was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah. And we were both kind of like, I don't know, it was very strange because he was just like, well, you're still Khadija. And I started, I was like, no. And I just like, I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that until I heard it. And I wish more parents realized how important their opinion of their children is. And so when they don't approve of you, when they disown you, it's like, okay, if they can't love me, who else in this world could?
I love that story about your parents so much. And my own experience of coming out, so I also grew up in a religious community, Christian, and am still part of that community. And so for me, part of the coming out journey was figuring out, like, what does it look like to continue to be in those spaces? And so I kind of came out in sort of a blaze of glory. Like, I simultaneously said, okay, I think I'm gonna be celibate, which was like one more thing for everybody to have an opinion about. And I, instead of just coming out, I wrote a book on the subject and literally came out by taking the pre-order link to my book, posting it to Facebook, and writing, "Dear friends, I'm delighted to announce that I have a book coming out. Also, here are a few other things you should know about me."
Iconic behavior.
Wow. And the world went a little crazy, and there were like radio shows dedicated to proving what an evil person I was, and it was kind of a wild time. But one of the things that was so important to me before I did that, I sat down with my parents and I was like, I think I'm gonna publish this book, how do we feel? And I distinctly remember he's sitting in the back seat of the car and he's like, if people have a problem with that, screw them. And I was like, you go, Dad. And it was one of those moments where I just realized no matter how many people hate you after you come out, like as long as the people who matter are there for you, that's what counts most. And sometimes in the process of coming out, you figure out who the people are who matter most. And yeah, when people start to love the real you, that's often a lot more important.
It's hard to feel loved by someone who doesn't know that you're queer.
Just a little background about me. I'm actually Mormon, and I'm going to school currently at a church school. So I do feel like, I don't know what to call it. I wouldn't say like fully love, but I do feel like people like to be my friend and hang out with me. But if they knew this information about me, would they really love me? Would they really be there for me? It's just hard to have that always in the back of your head.
Do you have someone at the university that knows about this?
Yeah, so I have about like my 3 friends in my posse. One of them is my sister and one is my cousin. So just having them there has been a huge help. They weren't always there, so just reflecting on that time is hard. It was very suicidal time for me, and it was down to that idea of like suicide come out.
So when you were feeling that way, is that when you told someone?
Yeah, I had like a meltdown. It was kind of crazy, but I finally came out to my sister and she just gave me a hug, and it was like probably the best hug I've ever had in my life.
Oh,
yeah.
That's beautiful.
Curious if you have had any similar experiences.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a coming out coach, so I help people come out. You know, you say that it's hard to feel fully loved, and I totally relate to that because you aren't your authentic self.
I bet I could do that.
But
I'd be a great coming out coach.
What I've realized is that when people don't approve, it's not actually about you at all, it's about them. Because you are just being more of yourself. It's not like a shameful part of you, it's a beautiful part of you. And so people who know you and love you will continue to know you and love you unless there's some part of them that's making them shut that down. If they have, you know, they're raised in the same heteronormative society as you. So when you do come out, if anyone isn't accepting, it's not about you at all.
Yeah.
And your relationship with your parents?
My parents?
They don't
know?
Yeah.
They don't know I'm here either, so yeah.
I think we have a lot of things in
Yeah.
common.
Children are bad. I'm kidding.
Yes, okay, people have a coming out coach and they do certain exercises before we can come out of the closet.
Came out to them. I feel like
every single
before
gay
I came
person
out, it was
has
like everybody had like a little
Bro,
person.
do you pay them? They must be making a killing. Are you kidding me, bro? Do you think I'd be a good coming? Do you think I could do that as a job? I think I could do that as a job. I would charge like $600 per person.
Percentile hovering above their head
per
where I would be
hour.
like, you're like an 87% chance it'll go okay.
Oh
You're
my
like
God.
a 30% chance like this is bound to tank. And I feel like that act of trying to predict like how's this gonna go was part of the stress even for me of being like, I don't know how much you love me because that percentile keeps changing.
Yeah, no, it's for me, it's kind of like that. It's also kind of like a dating simulator where you have like the 3 different options, like what you could say. And it's not like that, like, oh, I'm like, predicting these things. I have like actual like evidence-based research kind of thing because I have family friends who are openly queer. One of my family friends, he's very much more flamboyantly queer, but my mom would always be like, you see that? The nail polish, that makeup. Why? He's going to hell. And I'm like,
Bro.
yeah.
If I may ask, what percentage would you assign to your parents?
That's hard because my mom is like openly homophobic. My
Mine
dad
was
is like
100K.
silently homophobic.
But she showed, yeah, she coached JoJo and Ellen.
It do be like that.
So my parents were like 100% Mormon in the church when I came out, and they're not anymore.
Wow.
And they're in their 60s, and they've spent their whole life in the church. When I came out, my dad went to his leader at the church, like far up, and he said, listen, my daughter is probably going to get married to a woman, and that's apostasy.
Good one, bro.
That means she's willfully going against the church and she won't be with me in heaven. He's like, that just doesn't work for me. I can't see a heaven, a place I would want to be without my daughter. And that was the thing that allowed him to really question, do my values align with this organization that I
The only reason gay people who are
contribute
accepted
to,
are
that I
accepted in
support,
Israel
that
is
I
because of secular
volunteer,
Jews
that I
who
give
are
my life to?
Jewish by ethnicity and
I never in a
nationality, but not
million
religious.
years would have
Homophobia is
ever believed
probably
they would leave the church.
an issue in
But
all
you know,
Abrahamic religions. Yeah, I mean, gay marriage still isn't even legal in Israel, right? Yeah, and they have their Orthodox Jews, which I would guess that Orthodox Jews, or the ultra-Orthodox Jews, I guess. It's barely legal. Well, isn't it? My understanding, it's not legal in Israel, but if you get married outside of Israel, then you can move to Israel and you can still have it respected. Yeah, only if marriage is for it. Ultra-Orthodox Jews gay marriage. Okay. Gay people are accepted in Israel because gay and Jew. Thanks, Carter. Carter, it's gonna be. People don't know that you're trolling. It's just like I have a mod in YouTube chat. That's just always fucking. Some gay people marry outside Israel. Isn't that? Don't they go to Cyprus? Don't they? Subject to debate with Jews denomination. The traditional view among Jews is to regard same-sex relationships as categorically forbidden by the Torah. This remains the current view of Orthodox. Yeah, so where's like ultra? People don't know I'm a Harvard teacher that teaches about this exact topic. True. About? Do you teach a course on becoming a coming out coach? Is that what you do?
You know what? Their love for me and the foundation that we built, they knew who I was. And I did not become a different person when I came out. And I'm remarried to a woman now. And thank you. We have 7 kids together because we popped out the babies like the Mormon moms that we were bred to be.
A queer, she was mine, and
yeah, Brady Bunch. 5 boys, 2 girls. At my wedding, my little brother gave a speech, and he said, "Lena, I'm so happy to meet you."
I'm not falling
Sally,
asleep when watching the most boring content ever.
great to
Thanks,
finally
Carter.
meet you.
Hey, if you have something more interesting for me to do,
Like he saw who I really was now that I was able to be my full self. You know, it was just so beautiful to feel that love fully myself and to have all those people there supporting me. And
you should be lucky I'm not just reading right now. I could just be reading Paul Krugman.
It is possible. And I'm not saying it's going to happen for you. I'm not saying your parents will for sure
I
leave
mean,
the
I'll-
church, but you will find those people who will be your chosen family. A lot of queer people have chosen family, right? And it's beautiful.
Can we get the disagreeers stuff forward?
My family is very like, we're like a small gang.
He's live right
in
now.
the sense that like we do everything.
No, but last time it didn't crash.
Well, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Okay, whatever. It's crashing too much. It's crashed too much. Because we've been using this map like.
For real. I might talk to this guy at some point.
Together, and so I feel like even though
'Cause
they
he's
don't know
interesting.
like, who I really am, I feel like they still love me for what they know.
I kind of agreed with that. That's why I kind of disagreed. Although hearing all of your stories, I kind of changed my mind actually.
Oh.
The reason why I disagreed initially was more of, well, they don't know, so it's hard. But I guess if I look at it through my perspective, then yeah, because I'm not offering my full authentic self. So how can they love me fully? Like similar to what you were saying. So I changed my mind. So thank you all for that.
So I disagreed, mainly because I feel like I don't really have to change myself. Like I am who I am. I don't really change my behavior around my parents or around my friends. I'm out with my friends. I'm out at school, just not my family, not like people back home. But I don't really. This is just how I am. Like the one thing is with my parents, I don't like bring up relationships. They always ask me like, when you get a girlfriend, when you get married, when you have kids. And so like I can't like say, even though they don't know that I like men, I can't say that they don't love me fully because they have done everything for me.
So I really love what you said about like your parents still really deeply loving you without knowing that you're queer. And I guess I was just wondering, like, for you, is there any sense of that lingering question with your parents of like, but would they still, but what if, and how does that shape the way you experience their love right now?
That's a good question. I don't really know. You said the percentages earlier. If my dad would be more like a 70 to 80, being like accepting. My mom, I'm more worried like a 40 to 30. But I can't see them disowning me. I can't see them. I think the worst that I could see with them is just like loving me because I'm their son and they've raised me, but not like.
I probably do have link to block.
Not agreeing
YouTube
with
chat
my
doesn't know.
choices on that. But I wholly believe that they still love me.
My sexual identity isn't anyone's business.
Oh, good bit, Carter. Pornhub.com.
You should cut off people who don't accept you.
I can go there. It is banned in North Carolina, so it doesn't do anything. I don't want, actually, Twitch might not like that, even regardless of whether anything's actually on there.
We all were like, because I agree to the extent that like, I'm obviously speaking from a place where I'm able to be independent, and I know that I can handle myself.
It's a place of privilege.
Yeah, exactly. Like I am 31, I like live in a different city from my family, but I also am a kind of person that we tend to treat family, like blood family, like it's the end all be all, like they can never do anything wrong. It's some of the most toxic dynamics ever, and you're expected to just stay, or you're expected to keep giving that person access to you. I don't know, have you guys ever had to cut anybody off? Yep.
I kind of agree with you. I'm like more 50-50 of, you can cut them off, but if you think that they have the capacity to change or that they do, you have to give them that space. Because I've also had family where I've cut them off temporarily, given them that time to kind of step back and educate themselves a little bit. And then after a couple years, I actually had a cousin who came out as a lesbian and has had a girlfriend for a bit. And that was kind of the thing that got them to change their minds. And so actually over the holidays, we were able to see each other again for the first time.
That's amazing.
And
so happy for you.
Thank you. But I also know that's a privilege for a lot of people.
Yeah, totally. And that's saying a lot about you, that you allowed them back in your life. Like, you are showing a lot of grace and understanding by, respecting yourself, but I also respect that you were able to take that space. In my, situation, I no longer have obligatory relationships. In the church, I was raised to show up and be friends with everyone because it's the right thing to do. It's Christ-like. And now I am done with that. If I can feel that they don't fully love me and accept me, then I'm not willing to put myself in that situation anymore. I value myself. I know there are lots of people that will help me feel safe, and I know that's a privileged place to be in. But I hope that for everyone.
It's hard to cut people off because I have a lot of really close friends that are in the church who wouldn't agree with my lifestyle, right? But it's still very hard because we grew up with each other and we grew up together, and it's just it's hard to, just cut somebody off from your life that you knew all your life, and it's just a piece of you goes away. So that's the only reason I disagree.
I guess there seems to be two schools of thought when it comes to family. It seems like family shouldn't be an obligation, whereas it seems like no matter what, family is family. What do you two think about that?
This could just be the church and me talking, but my family is everything to me, and on top of that, relationships, people that matter are very important. I actually went through kind of a situation where I had to cut somebody out of my life. It was a mix of different things of how I identified, who I was dating, and that was just a really hard experience for me. And I can't say whether it was a better thing for me or a worse thing for me, because I still reflect on that even to this day of what did I do wrong in that situation. And it's to me, cutting people out of my life is something personally I don't want to do, but I do recognize why other people would want to do it. But I think just with what I've experienced, it's been worse for my mental health. And working through that has been a journey in itself.
When you were saying the guilt you feel around those things and has it helped or hindered that, I felt for you because I have been working on self-compassion a lot. And when you grow up in a religious background, you're not taught to be self-compassionate. You're taught to just destroy yourself at all costs because you were never going to be the perfect
I don't know,
vision
bro.
of a
I don't think we're gonna watch that.
So if I would offer anything, it would just be to give yourself a bit more grace and compassion of why that relationship ended, because it's not that you it ended for a reason. And that comes with time and trusting yourself more. And that takes time to develop. It's a really irritating muscle to develop.
I know you announced yourself with a bang, right? As you put it. How did that go? Did you have to cut anyone off?
There were some relationships where certainly the final conclusion of that was
put it
people
as
saying to me,
1.5
like,
times speed.
I've decided to cut you off. And so, I mean, I didn't have a choice in that matter. Like, I had to be willing to receive that. But I think I have so much conviction that the only way to really love people as radically as you possibly can is to sometimes take the risk of being hurt and to trust that you will be loved more than you will be hurt. And so I think I've chosen to let myself be hurt sometimes in hopes that my presence in the world can have a net gain of more love in the world than there is hate.
Did you receive any specific examples of hate when you did come out?
Yeah, I mean, everything from like the very public, the online, the whatever, you know, hate mail and so forth, which is a real thing. I'm not sure I knew what it would feel like to receive it until I did. But I think the ones that were more painful for me were the ones that were much more personal. You know, the people who I was like, I've spent Christmases with your house, like I hung out with your kids. There was nothing sketchy about me until you suddenly realized that I was just not the person you imagined that I was. That was really hard. Even to have people our lives were so embedded that I still had like things to remind me of them. And I'm like, oh, this knife is a gift I got from you, and I'm still using it to cut my onions while I weep. I had some of those relationships that I had to figure out how to process. Yeah, and it was hard. It sucked.
I couldn't see myself being on the other side today.
I definitely couldn't personally, just because I spent so much time in the closet, just like in my teens, and just had it slowly like chip away at my mental health and my well-being, that I could never go back to that. I felt so terrible about myself. I felt almost kind of guilt too of, you know, my family not really knowing such a good chunk of me and what was going on. And even after I came out, some family members voiced out of like, you know, I wish you said something sooner because I wish I got to know the real you earlier on.
Agreed, yeah. Once I realized what had been going on my whole life, I couldn't unknow that. And I can't live a lie. I had a split second where I thought about putting it back in and pretending and moving to another, because the reason I figured out I was gay is because I fell in love with my now wife. We were like mom friends and our families were hanging out together. And I realized that I had more than friend feelings with her. And yeah, I dropped the babysitter off and I had my first panic attack because I thought I was gonna have to move away and never see her again. And I was just distraught. I could not live like that. I would be miserable.
Do you feel like you guys have had to make up for lost time where you weren't able to express yourselves fully?
Yes. We made up for lost time.
It's like you're like a teenager again when you like rediscover your like attraction and then you make some weird decisions.
I'm telling you, music everything sounded so much new. I'm like, now I get these lyrics.
Yes.
Colors were more vibrant. It was like seriously like a movie.
I could not hook up with people one night stands. I used to say like, that's just not for me. And then I slept with a woman and I was like, what? Yeah, I don't know. It's like a whole new world.
Uh-huh.
I was like, yeah, I can see myself because that's like coming out at some point is kind of like what I want to do in the near future or future. I can't say near at the moment. I'm sorry. I'm just not ready for it emotionally, financially, or otherwise.
I have a question for you on this side. How different do you think your life would be if you were out? Like, what is the other side for you? Like, how would that look for you?
I think for me, because I talked about how there are times in which I feel like my parents' love for me can feel conditional, even though I know it's not. If I were to come out and if they were to be accepting of that, then I would have that relief, that fresh breath of air that I don't have to keep on second guessing. I don't have to keep on thinking like, okay, I need to present myself like this, make sure that I say the right things, because if I slip up one thing, that's gonna cause other ways and stuff. Like, I don't have to think much about that anymore, so it's gonna be a lot more free in that sense.
I don't think it'd be too much different. I feel like what I like now and like what I like when I'm out would be the same thing. You know, I like pizza. I like different. I think in the sense that like I would still be the same person out. You just know that I like men. That's it. That's it.
I also wanted to say, so this year, this past summer, like in June, I went to my first, I went to a Pride event in Denver, and like I walked in and I just started to cry. Like it was just so great seeing like all this like love and support of just from everyone, and like it just really made me like, oh, I just can't really be on the other side. So like it's because it's always there. Like it's always in the background when with the parents bring about relationships and all the dating and stuff. And it's always there, and it'd just be nice to not have that hanging over.
So you were one of the only openly queer people to step forward. I'm on the disagreeing side. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I guess. So for me, when I chose to come out, it was a very like Robert Frostian, two roads diverging in a wood kind of moment where I felt like I could sort of see down both paths and be like, oh, I think I can envision like, here's what my life might look like in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. I had written this book manuscript and I was like, I either burn this thing or I publish it. And if I burn it, I stay closeted. And if I publish it, I come out. I feel like I had a long conversation with 12-year-old Greg, and 12-year-old Greg was like, I would have killed to like read this book and feel like I wasn't alone. And I was like, okay, I don't even know if I want to come out for me, but I want to come out for 12-year-old Greg. So that I think because I spent so much time trying to envision what life might be like if I never came out, I feel a lot of compassion for that imaginary sense of myself too. Even though I have to say I'm tremendously grateful that is not me. I'm so much less worried about what people think about me because I've stopped trying to control what people think about me.
The pain of doing nothing was less than change, it seems like. That's kind of what got you to go to the other side.
I think it was the question of which pain felt more meaningful. Like there's going to be pain in the closet and there's going to be pain out of the closet. And so the question is not what's the path that doesn't have pain. The question is like which is the pain that is beautiful and meaningful.
Mm-hmm. So like everyone might be asking me like if you like feel all of this, like what makes you like want to be celibate?
For me, celibacy is so much about if I'm really convinced in this Jesus guy, then I want to figure out like what his invitation is for my life. And so celibacy is my best understanding of what it looks like for me to be faithful to the way I understand Jesus. And I recognize, I mean, I've got dear friends who disagree with that understanding of Jesus, or just dear friends who are like, I'm not into the Jesus guy. And like, I love both of those sets of friends. But yeah, if following your heart is ultimately about finding the thing that you're most deeply in love with and saying like, I'm going to do what it takes to be with that person I'm most deeply in love with, I just feel like I'm kind of obsessive about Jesus.
You're making a face.
This is a hard one for me because
Oh, she's ex-Mormon, so.
I grew up loving Jesus. Would your idea of a loving, kind, older brother savior want you to miss out on romantic love and a partnership and having what everyone else gets to have, but you don't get to? What's the deal?
I think I felt more of that anguish, I think, earlier in my journey when I was more convinced that being married or like being in that kind of romantic relationship was going to be fundamentally, definitionally better, more fulfilling, like more full of love. But I increasingly have found within singleness and celibacy a lot of the things that I think I most thought I wanted out of marriage. So like this Valentine's Day, I got to spend with like some of my dearest friends. We all got dressed up together and we had like a romantic dinner, if you will, and then we had a dance party in the living room. And I was like, this is not the family I was maybe picturing for myself at some point, but like this is family. Like this is love that's maybe even better than the kind of love that I thought I would get.
So why is it that your family has to be the community family and not the relationship family, like the single partner?
Yeah, I think in my own heart, I tend to think of it less as obligation, like here's how it must be, and try to more receive it as a gift, like here's the particular thing that I get to have.
But why do you think Jesus doesn't want you to be with anyone?
Oh, that gets into...
Because the Bible says homosexuality is a sin? Are you trying to avoid saying that?
No, I would definitely... well, number one, I hate trying to understand what the Bible says with the word homosexuality, because I think there's a whole lot wrapped up in that. Yeah. But yeah, so I definitely wouldn't say homosexuality is a sin. I mean, I understand myself to be gay, and I don't think I'm sin. I would say...
Homosexual relations.
My understanding is that sex belongs exclusively in marriage context.
Okay.
And not even necessarily all sex within that marriage context is good. So in that sense, I'm remarkably conservative.
So you think that sex outside of a man and a woman who are married is wrong?
I don't think you're saying
No. Let him answer.
Yeah, I think for followers of Jesus, I would say that's not what Jesus is asking his followers to do.
Wow.
But again, I recognize not everybody's trying to follow Jesus. Or some people are, and their understanding of Jesus would be different from mine.
But would you say that if you were to find another man who you would have romantic relationship, would that ever be a possibility for you?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't see same-sex marriage as being a possibility for me. Yeah.
You wouldn't?
I wouldn't, yeah.
So do you think people who don't believe in Jesus are wrong?
I think all of us, I hope all of us have things that we hold with deep conviction and think people who disagree with us are wrong. But I also think we should hold all our opinions with the intellectual humility to say, I too could be wrong.
So you do.
Wait, so, okay, sorry.
I'm going to stay on that a little bit.
You do think it's wrong, but you could be wrong that you think we're wrong. Correct?
Yeah, I believe that Jesus is so beautiful that I would love it if everybody were following him. But I don't think I'm supposed to obligate everybody to do that.
I like what you're saying. Like, I mean, I like your perspective because you truly believe that it's wrong, which I might disagree with, but not trying to impose it on others. Like you're keeping it to yourself, and you think like you.
Not until we're dead and in heaven. Then it will be imposed on us because Jesus will be there, and we will all be Christian.
I just want to put out there. Well, I've seen a lot of religious people say the same thing, and they're saying like, oh, like no, like being gay is a sin, but like I still love you as a person, so you can still be who you are and stuff. That still discounts the person and their identity because you can respect them as much as you can, but if you still think that they're going to like burn in hell or not be in the way of God, then that's just going to be that's not really respecting because then what is this respect that you're trying to give as well?
This whole love the sinner, hate the sin.
I guess so, but then at the
you guys have something to say about that?
I openly have trauma and anger around this issue. People have committed suicide. The highest rate of teen suicides is in Utah. And I cannot ever get behind the idea that someone that loves you is going to tell you that loving someone else and doing what you're biologically built to do and you're not harming anyone else is wrong. I think that is abusive.
I too am deeply concerned about suicide among queer people. I'm deeply concerned about the messages that exist, I think especially in religious communities. And so I think for me, recognizing that not everybody's going to have a journey like mine, recognizing that not everybody's going to have convictions like mine, I think one of the reasons I hope that there's value in somebody like me also being out is that it just provides a bit more sense of the range of, like, there's a lot of kinds of queer stories. Like, queer people are not monolithic, and there are a lot of ways within which you can be loved, you can experience love as a queer person.
The way you're living your life inherently tells people that that's what you think, that that's what's okay and what's not okay. So you saying celibacy is what Jesus wants, and I think Jesus doesn't want two people to be married who aren't a man and a woman, then you're telling kids that getting married to their same gender or having sex with someone, a queer sex, is wrong.
Well, so would you then say that me wanting to be a follower of Jesus is wrong?
I'm saying that choosing celibacy isn't wrong, but I don't respect the belief that sex outside of your context is okay. I do not believe that's okay.
Can I just get clarification, sorry, on, because I'm mad confused. Okay, so, because I think I initially was approaching it from a non-religious perspective and just thinking, okay, as you were saying, queer people come in many different shapes and sizes, forms.
Purely religious.
Some might be ace, romantic, whatever. So for you, it's a purely religious perspective and your views on marriage in terms of queerness. What, sorry, I just wanted clarification.
My understanding is that sex belongs, for followers of Jesus, belongs in marriage.
In marriage to a man and a woman.
female,
And so that's, for you, the religious reason of why you've chosen to be celibate and
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I am not interested in marriage with a woman, so I chose not to be in one.
Okay.
So that's, yeah.
These are the exact conversations that, when I was witnessing, like, these conversations come up with my parents, and it makes me shut down and, like, back up. These exact conversations with like, if you're in the church, you don't get love. I mean, you don't get romantic love with a partner. You just have to stay celibate. You have to accept the community from the people around you. You can't have a family, like a family with your own kids. You're celibate. You're single for the rest of your life.
This is clear. Jesus is never going to change his mind. Like, gender is pivotal and vital to Christianity. Patriarchy, the priesthood, all of that. If you don't have gender binaries, the Christianity falls to its face. So it's never going to change, and it's giving false hope.
I need to change both your guys' back before you start that. Sorry, yes. Yeah. Let's go. I think me. I think me. Yes.
Why did they
found
keep
the
this
real
in?
issue.
Oh, no.
I like what Jack said earlier about everybody's journey being their own journey. And I think I both don't want to try to impose my journey onto anybody else. And I also think there's value in us recognizing that queer experience is not monolithic, and just leaving room for people to have different convictions, to think that one another are wrong. I mean, I hope that Sally thinks that I'm wrong.
I do.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you do. So if we're inevitably going to at times think that each other are wrong, then I think the question is, like, what does it look like for us to continue? Can we continue in a way that is still in relationship with each other? And I hope the answer is yes, especially for queer folks who want to try to support one another.
I think, to me, it feels hypocritical to hold your beliefs and also claim everybody's journey is fine and right, because you don't believe that. Yes, you can say you respect everyone's journey and their timing and whatever, but then in the same sentence, you say that this is what's right. You can't have both.
Is that fair?
I think we all have an understanding.
Right for followers of Jesus.
And I think the only way to love people and support other people on different journeys is to recognize they're going to have a different sense of what's right than we do. So if we're going to love across difference, I think we have to.
I feel like the point is in Christianity, you believe the ultimate truth is the Bible, and is what Jesus is saying. That is the ultimate truth. So saying you believe other people have different ideas of what's right and what's wrong, what's good and what's bad, ultimately you believe, regardless of whether or not if we believe it's okay, if obviously Sally believes it's okay, but like regardless of that, you ultimately believe that's wrong.
For everyone.
For everyone. You just.
Not just you.
I think I believe it's not what following Jesus looks like.
And following Jesus is the right way.
I believe people get to choose whether or not they want to follow
Jesus. But it is
Jesus.
right for everyone. If they were choosing the right thing, it would be to follow Jesus.
I think it's what we're designed for. I think it's where we find the most beauty and the most joy.
The truth.
Let's move on to the next problem.
I've done both.
I accept myself.
I'm so proud of myself. Like where I'm at, where I've gone through. I'm in med school. That was my dream. I have a great community of friends. People who accept me for everything about me. Looking forward to finding someone who can accept me too. But yeah, I do accept myself.
Cynical.
Me as a person, I'm very comfortable with me being bisexual. Throughout my life, like I've gone through like a lot of challenges. Elementary school, middle school, high school, they've all been a lot of like lonely moments. And I think it's especially because that I've gone through all these obstacles and stuff, and the fact that I'm still standing to this day, that I'm really proud of myself, and just like really appreciative that I can truly say I'm accepting myself. Even though I'm like still like closet and everything, so I still love myself a lot. So
Seems like you came a long way.
Yeah, I have, and I had a lot of amazing people to help me out too. My high school friends, because I'm like, hey, yeah, I can't tell my parents, but at least I can tell you guys, right? Aww. So I have people that love me just as much as I love them and love myself.
Did any of you guys almost not come today? I know I think a lot of on the closeted side haven't told anyone, right?
I kept on replaying, because I kept on thinking to myself, like, is this real? Am I actually going all the way to LA? Am I really doing this alone? That's crazy. This is not real. I'm not here. So yeah.
I want to ask people on the openly queer side, do you think you can accept yourself fully if you haven't come out yet?
I think you can, because it's like coming out is a lot about other people and having to tell other people, that I feel like it's kind of more an internal thing to accept yourself, whether you're closeted or you're not, and how your identity is and how you present yourself, that can change over time.
Let's bring the disagreement, please.
The one. I didn't say I didn't accept myself, not to say I don't love who I am, but I feel like personally saying I accept myself now is saying I don't want to progress further into some big goals I have, like coming out to my family, coming out to the world, being able to have relationships.
So you view accepting yourself as coming out fully?
Yeah. I've had a lot of like skewed versions of myself that I've had to put out at different times, like essentially masking myself to the point where I don't even know who I am. So I think it's important to go on that own self-discovery journey, and it sounds like a lot of people have. And I do feel like I'm still very early on in it. So saying I accept myself fully isn't entirely something that I feel like defines me.
Obviously, each individual case is different, but I'm curious to hear from the openly queer side. Do you guys see yourselves in them before you guys did decide to take that step?
Yeah, religious upbringing, it's just like based on fear, based on guilt and shame. Like that's the whole thing. So it's hard to undo that conditioning. It's hard to feel accepting of yourself when you know that you have a lot ahead of you to change, right?
Yeah.
And we all make mistakes. You know, I'm not a perfect person. I haven't done this whole process perfectly, but learning how to find that grounded, loving space within myself, not attached to anyone else's opinions or ideas, has been my journey. And it's I feel like the purpose of my life is to learn how to feel alignment within myself. And I think it's beautiful that you can have the awareness that you're not in alignment, that your insides don't match your outsides, and that that's something that you want to change and that you're working towards that. And that in itself is a beautiful awareness that will bring you more joy as you move forward.
Yeah, I know for me, part of what's been really important in my own journey of self-acceptance is learning to accept like younger versions of me too, like that there's a big difference between being like, I'm okay with myself right now and being like, oh, and I'm also okay with the way I felt about myself when I was 10, like, or the way I felt about myself when I was 13 and totally freaking out about being gay. I think it's been easier for me to be okay with my adult self than it is to look back at younger versions of me and be like, oh gosh, that kid was going through it, that kid was having some trauma, but I love him too. Maybe not but makes it sound like a contradiction, like, and I love him all the more. I mean, maybe there's beauty in that you can totally accept yourself right now and also say, yeah, in 5 years I'll be in a different place and I'll look back on this version of myself as I was sitting under those lights and be like, I like that person, they're cool.
Any last closing statements from either side?
I think something we've talked about, we're all on our own journeys, we're all in different stages. Some of us are only see coming out as a far future distant thing. Some of us are working on accepting ourselves. I'm so close to coming out, I think. But it's been so cool to hear everyone just speak about their stories and how they've been brought up, their religion, their parents, their friends and family has brought them to where they are. And it's just been so cool to hear you guys. So
either you or anyone else on the closeted side, has this experience today pushed you even further to want to come out? Or has it changed your mind in any instance, your perspective?
It's helping me get ready, like it's coming so soon. I'm so close. Just need to figure out how.
I haven't really been able to share my thoughts and opinions because of the space I've been in, the people I've been around. So just being here has been, in a way, very healing.
This interaction showed me like what my life could be after. You know, it showed me like, you know, there is like more life to than just like what I am right now. So definitely.
Just the question I just have to ask or want to ask. Do any of you guys feel comfortable getting rid of the blur? If not, obviously, no pressure.
I have been thinking about that.
Is that going to be your debut? That'd be a good coming out story, y'all.
Oh my God.
That would be so cool.
I just want to be clear, there's no
I
pressure.
know, I've been wanting to. I have been thinking about that, like, since you guys said to come here, I was like, should I use my name? Should I not? Should I? When does this come out? Like, when would this?
Couple weeks.
I think you should just come out on your own terms.
Because I know, I'm ready. My terms are, I don't want my parents to find out from like a video like this, but
you're ready to in the next couple
That'd
weeks.
be really funny.
I mean, the next couple weeks, if I can tell them, you don't blur me. Don't blur my face. Yeah.
What? Hell yeah.
How do you feel?
Just the next step is to tell them that.
Any closing statements from you?
It's just been really cool. What I said earlier, it's just cool to see everyone's journey, and like just seeing the other side just makes me feel like just ready to join the other side and not have to have that thing hanging over me when I'm with my parents.
Do you feel like a weight off your shoulders?
I haven't done it yet. But I will be. Yes, there will be a weight off my shoulders once I do the one.
Wow. Well, thank you guys. This was a great episode. If you guys want to embrace, shake hands, please do so.
Oh, we're not doing group photos.
We're not doing
Come over.
Oh, congrats. I cannot agree or respect your beliefs, but I can still respect you as a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have love for you. And I wish you the best. Okay?
Wow. Is Carter still here? I think Carter probably left. Is there like a? Do you think there's a Christian versus atheist? We might watch that one if they. Christian versus atheist, Jubilee. Oh no! Oh, it's like forever ago. It's like these middle grounds used to suck though. Oh, this one's interesting. Can Christians and ex-Christians see eye to eye? Oh, this is gonna drive me insane. fuck, I want to watch the fucking Ukraine videos, and I want to read the econ book too, but I want to do that after I read Twitch affiliate, so I don't have to worry about keeping my fucking average up. God damn it, because I need 3 average viewers, and I need 24 followers. Chat, can we all make 10 alternate accounts? Fuck, okay. Still gonna watch that. This is 12 minutes. We can watch this. 6 Christians versus 1 secret atheist. What is that even?
Hey guys, what's up? It's Jason. And thank you guys for watching.
Yeah.
We brought together 7 Christians.
I'm a Christian.
I am a Christian.
I am a Christian.
I am a Christian.
I am Christian.
I am a Christian.
I am a Christian.
1 is a liar. If the group discovers who the liar is, they'll split a cash prize.
That's a great question. I don't know where to even start.
I was going.
Oh boy, okay.
All right, here we go.
Do you go to a church?
Yes, I do.
That's a great question. I don't know where to even start.
Wow.
I was going into it thinking about myself and how I present myself. I thought people would be like, oh, she's not a Christian.
Hey, Chance, tell me about a religious experience of yours.
A religious experience of
mine?
mine?
Something profound.
Something profound. I saw an angel once when I was like 9 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
What was that like?
That was really
What
cool.
the fuck?
It was creepy, but like in the moment, like it was just like stillness and like really awesome.
In the Bible, when they talk about what angels look like, it's a very scary looking picture. I was like, I don't know if I believe someone being happy to see a disfigured human being.
I had a really similar experience when my father passed away. Really? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Do you want to hear about it? I know we have a little. Oh no. Okay. The speed round was pretty horrifying. I didn't even know what to ask. I didn't even know where to start.
So much pressure.
Don't worry, we're not watching.
First person I trusted was Brandon.
In the very beginning, him and I were talking. I was just like, all right, man, you and I, pack till the end. We're just gonna keep voting the same person.
There has been a tie. 2 people, Romy and Grace. So you guys vote again.
Oh man, you guys.
Wow, cool.
You guys really messed up. I'm telling you right now. I'm feeling disappointed because I feel like I was based off my overall look. I didn't even say anything. I was voted off, you know. Grace was standing right next to me, and she was really freaked out. She was just like, well, you know, I hope they don't think it's me because X, Y, and Z. And I was like, okay, then it's not Grace. I didn't think it was Romy either, but I just knew it wasn't Grace. I wanted to ask you, is your church queer friendly, LGBTQ friendly?
Yes, actually, there's 2 pastors and 1 is a biracial lesbian. So.
Wow. Why did you choose a non-denominational church?
I mean, I was just born into it, so my dad's a pastor.
Anyone else PK? No, I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's a PK?
Pastor's kid?
Yeah,
Pastor's kid.
Yeah.
I've never even heard that.
Yeah, they're usually the bad kids at your school, so.
There's like certain terms I think a lot of people just know. I assumed his lack of knowledge meant he wasn't a Christian, and he was trying to like pick up on things as we said them.
How long have you been Lutheran?
My whole life.
Yeah?
You know, I grew up in Scandia, Minnesota, and like a big part of the town was the church. So I was baptized there.
Wow.
Do you go to a church?
Yeah, I go to this one out in Riverside. I just started going there about 2 months ago now. Because I grew up going to more of like a strict church, and then I kind of branched away from it, and then went back.
What do you mean a strict church?
So I grew up Mormon.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, it's strict, it's strict.
You know, I kind of had to take my own path and figure out what worked best for me.
I've stepped away from church because it's hard for me to find a church, especially a Baptist church, that's accepting of the queer community, so I stopped going.
Are you looking for something, or are you
Not
just
actively.
kind
Halfway through my answer, I realized I probably shouldn't have said that. Because everyone else was like, oh yeah, they all actively go to church, and I was the only one like, I don't go to church now. And that's when I thought, maybe I should have kept that to myself.
But when I switched churches, like people were taking it beyond judging and were making it like they were like condemning me.
Can you read that? I have really bad handwriting. He mentioned that he hadn't been to church in over 3 years, and I was just like, okay.
I felt like his story about being a PK and coming in and out of his faith could have been an alibi.
He wanted to hear everyone else talk, like he kept asking them questions, like he didn't want to talk about his own experience.
of, oh, I'm sorry.
It's over.
So I think a good question would be like, how would you find your faith?
All right.
So I was actually an atheist before I was Christian. Like I was a hardcore atheist, and I was like super depressed. Like I was like burdened by like my own life, I'd say. And then coming into a life where like you're just kind of getting abundantly filled up with
Wait,
love
what
from
the
other
fuck?
people and from God,
Oh,
especially.
this is
So
gonna
what
be
made me
awesome.
go back into church, what really like pushed me is I had a really bad breakup. And it was like at this moment where I was at work and I watched this kid die because I work in the ER. So watching the kid die and the family kind of go through those emotions of like trying to let go, I was like, man, like there's got to be something like that can, you know, make me feel full and make me feel whole.
I believe that there has to be this higher power, and otherwise the ego takes us over, and God allows me to realize that there's more than just me. As an artist, I think there's messages coming to me that I'm supposed to communicate through my art.
The way I grew up, I was really into church. It was my safe space. I had a hard home life, and it was where I felt like I could be myself. And then I realized I was gay, and that was really hard. And then I took a step back, and then have come back to it as an adult. It's been a struggle, but something that I want to have.
I am a PK, so I was just born into it. It was like summer after 4th grade, my parents got divorced, and so I was kind of like straying away, you know, and especially divorce in the church is like a huge thing. So that was really hard, but I feel like that whole situation kind of like solidified my relationship, just so I knew, you know, there was always someone there for me, and my church was there for me too, you know?
I have no idea who I'm gonna vote for. I follow your lead, man.
Yeah. She's a PK, like she knows exactly how to answer, like knows the perfect part to play.
In the back, she kind of mentioned.
She's a PK, like she knows exactly how to answer, like knows the perfect part to play.
In the back, she kind of mentioned her stance on.
That's
premarital sex.
suspicious?
So it kind of
What?
like was like a red flag.
Bye. See you later.
You had a good question, right?
Yeah.
You said?
So you were talking about how like you kind of express yourself through art. Like I want to just have you elaborate on that. When he mentioned art as like his form of everything, I was just like, it doesn't really make too much sense.
Cool. Well, like one thing I love about the church is I love to sing.
Okay.
And growing up, like my best memories of church were just singing in the choir. And when I moved out here, one of the hardest things was not having a church. I think that like through my voice, through the hymns and everything, that's the biggest thing.
We were just talking about this, how a lot of the people that go to my church have
Bro,
had
it's a
similar
literal
backgrounds to me, which
messenger
is they've
from
been hurt by the
God.
church. Maybe
And
a
he-
song like, oh, how he loves
and he
us in
sings
the
it.
past was great for you, and then you were hurt by the church. Having those memories attached can actually make worship really hard.
There was this song that like was a big song in my church, the Mormon church growing up. It was like, it's called, I want to say like Families Can Be Together Forever. Man, like my parents, they got divorced. You know, and since that time, like I can't even like listen, can't even look at the lyrics of that song.
Yeah.
So, what about you? How was like your experience kind of moving across the states? And then...
So hard. I grew up in a town of like 500 people, and so the church was everything. And coming out here and starting that hunt for one that's like LGBTQ friendly and the right kind of like chemistry of people and the right kind of sermons, and I started looking and actually hearing about yours. I'm kind of like, wait a minute.
Good for the info.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be shook if one of these people are the moles.
What?
Hey guys.
Wow.
Raise your hand if you think the mole is still in the square. If the lights turn green, you voted the liar
Oh,
out.
what's up, Paula
If the lights
Husk?
turn red, the liar's still in the box, and you lose.
My mind's
Oh,
gonna
I'm
be
gonna be
blown if
hurt.
they go red here, because I'm gonna feel really down.
So crazy.
3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm the mole.
Dang it! Hey, you know what? I did vote for him. I did vote for him.
I felt betrayed a little bit. I definitely was kind of feeling Andrew was like a Christian for sure.
I was shocked because Andrew, he talks like a lot of youth pastors at my church, you know?
Because I'm
Six
gay, if anyone
Chaz
else was
versus
gay,
one
I like, wanted to be
Chud.
their friend.
True.
And I was like, oh, he's my friend. I'm not going to vote for him because I...
Oh my gosh. I really became
Free
an atheist
money.
right after I got baptized. I think when I got baptized, I thought something magical would happen and nothing did and nothing changed, and I still felt really hated by the church. The things that brought them into the church and into the religion were things that I found on my...
I think
You know, even like if you say the word evangelical, that usually means one thing, but that doesn't usually represent all Christians. Even the word Christian barely represents all Christians.
I feel
Surprised he was able to convince everyone. Alright, Jesus. I don't even know what Pierce Morgan's position is on the fucking Israel-Palestine shit anymore. This is gonna drive me insane.
For Donald Trump. Yesterday, Trump said
I don't care about the
his
intro.
outfit changes during one of her concerts.
I am dressed up as a Candace Owens Jew. What is your reaction
Oh
to
my
that
God.
clip? I mean, the phrase in Hebrew is that's what we would call a chilul Hashem, right? It's a desecration of God's name.
Do you think he should be given airtime anymore?
And that sort of behavior.
Is Pierce Morgan your typical? I'm so confused. I don't know. I don't know if Pierce Morgan holds any actual position. Maybe he's better faith than I think he is, but like I've only seen like a few like rare like clips of him, and it just seems like he holds some like mild disagreements with like anyone he brings on, and it's like I don't really know.
Disgusting in any context, frankly.
A left
situation.
Fire in Gaza after the US. The UN Security Council is demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza after the US failed to veto its resolution, leaving Israel increasingly isolated on the world stage. President Biden's relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu has collapsed over the rise.
Oh. my YouTube stream just got fucking nuked because of copyright issues. Oh no. Jubilee doesn't even care, bro. What the hell? Oh no. What is Jubilee? Why did Jubilee start? Or it could have been the Pierce Morgans, because we've been watching that for literally a minute. Are you kidding me, bro? Oh, wait, my stream is no longer being blocked due to copyright issues. Oh god, okay. So we should be good? Wait, what's this for? Oh, that's for a while ago. Okay, thank God. Subs. All right, thank God. Carter, if you want to watch on Twitch, it's a lot less delayed, and I saw you uploaded our conversation, and holy shit, I hate the sound of my voice. That's valid. I've become so used to my voice because I've edited my fucking videos for 6 years. So like I'm so used to hearing my voice now. But yeah, everyone hates the sound of their own voice. I'm used to it now. I sound like a nasally little cunt. Listen, man, I don't think I sound much better. I've just become used to it. But yeah.
Palestinian death toll. Now Donald Trump has warned it's time for Israel to finish up the war as it hemorrhages international support. So can and should Israel press on alone? To discuss this and much more, I'm joined by the Daily Wire's editor emeritus and host of the Divided States of Biden on Daily Wire Plus, Ben Shapiro. Ben, great to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Piers.
How are you?
You know, hanging in. How are you?
Often wonder how many people ask you that question.
Yeah, I don't get that too much, so I was kind of surprised by the question, honestly.
I'm going to come to some stuff that's involved you recently, but let's start with Israel. You're going to co-host a fundraiser for Donald Trump. Yesterday, Trump said this.
Oh my God. What? Bro, he's so cucked. Oh my God. Hold on. Ben Shapiro, why I would never vote for Trump. Bro, I understand. Like, it's fine. It's fine to... Your mic is muted? No, it's not. I can literally see it isn't. You're just lying. Like, it's fine. Yeah. Fuck. I can't believe... Why is he doing a fucking fundraiser, bro? I understand, like, he hates Biden. Your mod's ban, not true. Hollow Husk is one of my biggest fans, okay? Thank God I don't have Carter modded on fucking here. Bro, Jesus. Like, watching Ben Shapiro debate Destiny on Trump, but he's just like, well, I think Trump's rhetoric is insane, and he did, try to do a coup, but I don't think he'll do it again. And yeah, it's wild. I can't believe he's hosting a fundraiser. I guess maybe he's just that pro-Israel. I don't.
That being said, you have to finish up your war. Finish it up. You got to get it done. And I'm sure you'll do that. And we got to get to peace. You can't have this going on. And I will say, Israel has to be very careful because you're losing a lot of the world. You're losing a lot of support. But you have to finish up. You have to get the job done. And you have to get on to peace.
Good position from Donald Trump.
I don't know.
I agree with Biden way more in Israel Palestine. I don't think Trump would be airdropping food in Israel Palestine or into Gaza, and I don't think Trump would be fucking building that temporary pier. Which, by the way, is that there yet? I think you're literally the one that sent it to me. Hollow Husk, the article from the New York Times, just talking about like what the fucking alternative is, right? What would you have Israel do differently? No, I don't think it was me. Well, it was one of my. Oh yeah, it was one of my Zionist shills. This is a good article. It's just like literally it goes over like the four alternatives that people have is like, one is to try to do fewer troops in a more surgical manner, but one, they've already started doing that. They literally already like reduced their troop numbers in northern Gaza. Oh, thanks, Carter. And then that also, because it's like a literal counterinsurgency campaign, right? It's really hard to do that without increasing the risk of Hamas reestablishing itself in areas Israel's already taken control over. Oops, sorry, that was an accident. I swear to God, if you unfollow, I'm gonna move to Canada and get healthcare there. I don't think I can say that on Twitch. And then another possible alternative is to target assassinations, but That's really hard because we don't really know where Hamas's leaders are, and some of them are in Qatar and Turkey, and they don't want Israel doing strikes in their territory. Yeah. And they fucking hide in bunkers too and shit. So it's like in the tunnels. So it's like it's really hard. Like I wouldn't. Yeah. Third alternative is a counterinsurgency strategy focused on specific terrorist cells trying to nation build the areas under your control. But it only works once you have defeated the old regime. Israel's still trying to defeat the regime, or the remaining Hamas battalions. Yeah. And then a fourth alternative, which is that Israel should just give up and stop. And that's the fucking putting out 80% of a fire meme that people say all the time. And then, yeah, again, that would require like an even more, like the conditions in Gaza would only get worse because there would have to be an even like worse blockade on Gaza afterwards. Because the tunnels are just so fucking hard to deal with that they'd have to blockade everything that Hamas could possibly use.
He said that there's been a bit of disagreement about what he intended to mean. Did he mean Israel should be able to continue to try and eliminate all of Hamas, whatever it takes to finish that job? Or did he mean they should bring things to an end now? They've done enough and they should now move to try and find peace?
So I actually did co-host a fundraiser with President Trump last week, and we did briefly speak about this topic. My impression is that President Trump is saying what is certainly true here, which is that the clock has been ticking on Israel literally since October 7th in terms of finishing up its operation. The world does not seem to have the attention span to maintain any level of support for anyone, whether you're talking about Ukraine or whether you're talking about Israel, for a prolonged period of time in a war against a terrible enemy. And so when President Trump says something like, you need to finish this up, I think that he's speaking a baseline truth there, which is that Israel does need to hurry and finish this up. And frankly, they should have been moving faster in the first place. I think it's more of a PR point than it is an idea that Israel should stop, for example, by not going into Rafah. I don't think that's what President Trump is saying there.
Do you feel comfortable, Ben? We've talked about this war a lot. Do you feel comfortable about a full assault on Rafah if 1.5 million people remain in that vicinity, including majority women and children?
Ben, please.
Because it would obviously be, in that instance,
Ben, please,
devastating in terms of civilian casualties and would pour even more pressure on Israel and lose them even more support. I mean, do you think this is the right strategy?
Well, I think that Israel is pretty united in its belief that it is. And Israel, I think, is best positioned to adjudicate its own interests when it comes to things like you're talking about, whether it's international support or the future of the Gaza Strip. My understanding is from all of the public discussions that have been happening that there's significant discussion about how to try to move civilians out of the way. One of the big
thank God, Ben. Thank God, Ben, for at least mentioning the civilian evacuation. Thank God, Ben.
Problems has been that Egypt won't open the gate even temporarily to allow enough civilians outside of Rafah so that Israel can perform operations inside of Rafah. Apparently, there are 4 Hamas battalions that are currently located inside of Rafah. I'm sure that if the United States or the international community could offer Israel some sort of Harry Potter spell to disappear all of the Hamas terrorists inside Rafah, I'm sure Israel would take it. The last thing Israel wants to do is maximize civilian casualties. What's been perfectly obvious is that Hamas has precisely the opposite view. They would love to maximize civilian casualties because the increasing civilian death toll, as you pointed out, has been the single factor that's been leading to increased pressure on Israel to leave Hamas alone.
What do you make of Biden really turning on Netanyahu? I mean, this decision not to veto this resolution is the latest escalation, really, in the American administration under Biden reining back its support of Israel. How significant is that? And what do you think about Biden doing this?
I mean, obviously, I think that he's morally wrong to abstain from a resolution that seems to disconnect the hostage situation from the ceasefire. All of the
it called for the release of the hostages, Ben.
Versions the United States had been pushing prior suggested that in order for a ceasefire to be called for or attained, there had to be a release of the hostages. This particular version of the UN resolution sort of separates off the two issues, doesn't mention Hamas, doesn't mention October 7th. That's the point of contention with regard to the UN Security Council resolution the United States abstained from. As far as the sort of increased pressure that Biden or Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader here, have been putting on the Netanyahu administration, frankly, I think it's political dishonesty. I think that there are a lot of members of the Democratic Party who are very critical of Israel's government full scale. They're trying to put it on Netanyahu because they realize that a lot of the sort of liberal Jewish base in the United States that votes Democrat supports Israel, but also doesn't like Netanyahu very much. But they're ignoring the central reality in Israel, which is that there is full-scale public support for going into Rafah from right, left, and center. The current government of the state of Israel is a war cabinet, including the chief rival to Benjamin Netanyahu, Benny Gantz, who just visited the United States, and in fact was treated to much of the same language by the Biden administration. So to suggest that it's sort of Netanyahu's own political domestic manipulations leading to his desire to go into Rafah, Netanyahu is in fact correct when he suggests that there is broad public support for going into Rafah. And in fact, if the current war cabinet does not go into Rafah, there's a very solid chance that the government of Israel falls in their new elections.
I mean, that is true about the support,
I
definitely.
mean, yeah, I was
but
fucked
it's also
anyway
true-
after fucking October 7th and all the intelligence failures that happened around that.
that a majority of people in Israel want to get rid of Netanyahu. So this is a support for...
But not during the actual conflict, right? What the polls show is that Israelis would love to have another election, but not right at the moment, meaning that they've had 5 elections in 4 years. It's always sort of weird when people talk about Israel needs a new election. They have more new elections than Taylor Swift has outfit changes during one of her concerts. It's not as though there's a lack
Jesus,
of elections.
why the fuck
I do
is
find
my
it sort of
Bluetooth
strange
fucking
that
up?
there's always a call for new elections in Israel, which again has many, many elections. I have yet to hear for a call for elections in, say, the West Bank or Gaza Strip, where there has not
Oh
been
my
an
God.
election since 2005. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is because everybody understands if there were an election in the Gaza Strip or West Bank, Hamas would actually win.
What I don't understand
That might,
about...
I mean, like, that might be part of it. I just hate it so much because it's like fucking. Listen, at the end of the day, we live in the U.S. We can't really control what the fuck Hamas does, but we can exert some control over what Israel does. That's the reality of the situation.
Israel's strategy.
And Israel's a democracy, which is obviously going to be way more receptive to like feedback internal to itself than Hamas is to the feedback of Palestinians
Is
living there.
how they perceive actual victory. Yes, you can take out the 30 to 35,000 Hamas terrorists. Yeah, maybe they can do that. And maybe in the process of that, they kill tens of thousands more civilians and have to deal with the contention that will cause worldwide. And maybe Israelis don't care about that part as long as they get rid of Hamas. So let's get to an end game where Hamas has gone. Why does leveling Gaza and killing so many civilians, why would that give anyone in Israel any kind of comfort that would kill off the ideology that fueled Hamas? That it wouldn't actually just lead to an increase in that
We're going to just say Israel should just fucking occupy Gaza.
ideology, more hatred towards Israelis, more hatred towards Jewish people. I've never quite understood what the end game looks like here for Israel that makes Israel more secure.
Well, I mean, the end game presumably is security, not a sort of dynamic ideological scoring among a population that right now overwhelmingly supports the October 7th attacks, and prior to October 7th, overwhelmingly supported terror attacks against the state of Israel and overwhelmingly supported the destruction of the state of Israel. The sort of idea that more conciliation from Israel was bringing about peaceful conditions with the Palestinian Authority or with Hamas has been obviously proved false by the fact that Israel literally withdrew all IDF forces from the Gaza Strip in 2005. Hamas took control. They spent the last 20 years turning it in.
I'm just the reason I don't totally disagree with Ben Shapiro on like all this stuff, but like I just don't trust him at all after he wrote this was like early in his career, so I don't know, maybe he's adjusted his position, but he wrote this stupid fucking article. I'm tired from hearing about civilian casualties, I think. Or title something like that. You support Israel? I have a somewhat nuanced position, but enemy civilian casualties okay by me. Oh, I mean, did he delete it or something? Is Carter still here? Hold on, this chat up here on this. I don't think it does. Hold on. There we go. Oh, he's God damn it. I do think it's funny. Yeah, well, he's over there. Making me throw up from that fat piece of shit on screen. Wait, is there a link? Yeah, it's archived. So clearly he took it down. He took it down. So maybe he doesn't stand by it anymore. Yeah. I'm getting really sick of people who whine about civilian casualties. Maybe I'm a hard-hearted guy, but when I see the newspaper that civilians in Afghanistan or the West Bank were killed by American or Israeli troops, I don't really care. In fact, I would rather the good guys use the Air Force to kill the bad guys, even if that means some civilians get killed along the way. Like, it's fair to point out the difference between collateral damage and intentional killing, but Jesus Christ, Ben, one American soldier is worth far more than an Afghan civilian. It's just like, yeah, fuck off. It's like someone who literally signed up to put their life on the line. Like it. But you think that's base, bro? I understand. I think there's an obvious difference between collateral damage and intentional civilian death, which yeah, like I think it's stupid when people when people use the proportionality argument. And they're like, well, Israel is not true. Where it's like or someone will say something like, oh, Hamas killed 1,200 people. Or Israel killed 30,000, and 150% of those that they killed are children. Yeah, and it's fucking stupid. But I don't know what to say. Like an American soldier literally signed up to like put his life on the line. In a civilian Afghanistan, it's just a guy trying to live his life, right? At some point, yeah, there's a even like the Geneva Conventions like literally say like it's like feasible precautions, right? Like at some point, like yeah, it's okay to do like an airstrike rather than send in special forces because of the risk that you're putting in the risk that you're putting into your own like risk, right? Or own forces, right? I'm trying to think of what article we read. That talked about this. It wouldn't be that. It might be this. Yeah, here we go. Additional Protocol 1 requires forces, attacking forces, take all feasible precautions to ensure that innocent civilians are spared from the attack. I don't need the citation here. It should be noted that there's considerable doubt as to whether Additional Protocol 1 rules have as much influence as the drafters intended. Specifically, the inclusion of the term feasible is meant to hedge against an interpretation of the principle that demands greater risk to the attacking force in order to satisfy their duty of care to innocent civilians who might be harmed during the attack. Who is to say what is feasible and what is not? That question is only answered by a pre-existing standard of what level of risk attacking soldiers are required to endure. How much are attacking forces permitted to value their own force protection over the duty of care to innocent civilians? Unfortunately, the Additional Protocol 1 provides no answer. Yeah. Like, it's an ambiguous question, obviously. But I don't think... If Ben Shapiro came out and said something like, I think currently under international law, we're not valuing, or, people aren't valuing their own force protection enough, and it seems like they have an unreasonable duty of care to innocent civilians. Like, he wasn't, like, making that argument. I'd be like, fine. But, like, he's clearly just fucking, like... just, like he said, he, like, just totally doesn't care. And it's like, okay, Ben. Okay, Benny boy.
Into a giant terror base. From the Israeli perspective, my assumption is that what they are figuring is degrade Hamas's military capacity such that they cannot be an offensive threat to the state of Israel, and then try to enact some sort of military control of the area sufficient to prevent any future threat from arising from that area. I'm sure that Israel would love to hand the area over to Egypt. Egypt says no. Egypt doesn't want any part of it. Israel would love to hand it over to Jordan. Jordan says no. Jordan doesn't want any part of it. Israel's tried to hand it over to the Saudis, to the UAE, to the United States, to literally anyone. No one wants to run that area specifically because the population is already quite radicalized and was radicalized before October 7th. And so what you're probably going to end up with, and I said this, I think, the first time I appeared on the show, which was shortly after October 7th in this context, what you're probably going to end up with is some form of joint military rule in the Gaza Strip in which Israel has the intelligence capacity to go in and conduct raids in terror hotbeds the same way that they do right now, for example, in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, places like Jenin, places like Nablus. The IDF is constantly attempting to go in and root out terror cells in these particular areas. One of the big flaws that led to October 7th was the fact that Israel had no forces on the ground and no actual intelligence capability inside the Gaza Strip.
Oh my God. Okay, this is the reason that's true. It's because 2/3 in the IDF are fucking around defending your stupid ass settlements that you guys fucking built.
One of the consequences of this war has been a lot of very high passions on both sides, a lot of angry disagreements. You and your company have been at the center of a very high-profile one at the moment.
Dude, they fucked the chapters up so bad.
Candace Owens, who's now left Daily Wire. Was she fired, or did she leave of her own volition?
I'm not going to speak to this topic, Piers.
At all? It was because Destiny used Ben as used his connection to Ben to get her fired.
At all.
You can't give me any insight into why she departed?
No hints, no nothing. I'm not going to speak to this.
Can I ask why?
Oh my God.
I mean, you can ask.
No, I'm not. You can ask why you don't want to say anything.
Again, you can ask.
I'm only curious because I know what a staunch defender of free speech you are, and it would surprise me if it had been.
Oh my God! Why is my Bluetooth fucking up? What the hell?
Opinions that would make you. I'm only curious because I know what a staunch defender of free speech you are, and it would surprise me if it had been someone's opinions that would make you want to part company with them, however contentious.
Okay, but Candace Owens was literally basically fucking JQing, wasn't she? I don't even remember what the fuck she was doing, bro. Oh my God, but she was like literally fucking insane. She was literally. This is from the Jerusalem Post, so fucking Zionist propaganda warning here. But I forget what she wrote. The future of America is bright. What did she write? Fuck, it just happened. I should remember it, but like it literally. But she was basically JQing. The Daily Wire didn't split. Blah, 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 blah. What did she post at to promote anti-Semitism? Oh my God, bro! Just like, give me a quote. Oh my God, whatever.
Suffice it to say, the only thing I will say is what I've said all along with regard to Candace or with regard to any of our other hosts. I am not in hiring and firing position with the Daily Wire. I'm a co-founder of the Daily Wire. I'm a co-owner of the Daily Wire. I'm not actually in management. Jeremy Boring and Caleb Robinson are in management positions with regard to Candace or anyone else. And as far as the free speech situation, what I will say is that no company has the obligation to literally pay anyone. The Daily Wire is a publisher. It is not a platform. I've never called for Candace or anyone else for that matter to be banned from YouTube, to be banned from X, to be banned from any platform. That's a different story. Obviously, when it comes to any publisher gets to make decisions about what it wishes to purvey and not.
I mean, I'm just not going to labour this, but one more point I would make is it's been reported extensively that the reason for her departure was because her comments have been perceived by people at the Daily Wire as anti-Semitic.
Again, I'm not going to comment on this, Piers.
Okay. Rabbi Shmuley, would you comment on him? Because Jeremy has actually commented on Rabbi Shmuley. So I've avoided commenting publicly on Rabbi.
Bro, if only the chapters weren't fucked. Oh my God. Oh, what do you think he says on the bridge?
Go off, which then made it veer off course. Why was there no tugboat? Some people have been pointing out, and so on. I was also struck by the fact that a cargo ship hitting a part of a major arterial bridge in a major American city could bring the whole bridge down. What did you make of this?
You know, obviously, it's a tragedy. There will be a full investigation. I'm certain of that. Yeah, I hesitate to always jump to sort of there are a bunch of conspiracies we were talking about that are floating around online. It appears not to be a terror attack. In fact, it appears that many of the people who are on board actually called the land-based authorities, which is why the bridge wasn't more filled with cars and people when the bridge collapsed. But you know, I'm gonna wait till all the facts come in before making any sort of statement on what I think happened or what can be done to correct it. Otherwise, I feel that we're jumping the gun probably.
Well, are you concerned about infrastructure generally in America? I've seen that again being debated today, that there's a kind of sense that there's a rotting infrastructure at the heart of America.
First of all, I think that tends to be a little bit overstated because you can obviously find anecdotal situations where there's a bridge that falls down and that's terrible. This one didn't fall down of its own accord, obviously, at a 165,000-ton ship that ran into it. But beside that, you know, I think that the biggest problem with infrastructure tends to be state and local-based infrastructure, not federal-based infrastructure. In other words, spending a bunch of federal money on infrastructure.
Is the audio cutting out for you guys too, or is it literally just my Bluetooth? Is it, for me, it's constantly cutting in and out.
But beside that, you know, I think that the biggest problem with infrastructure tends to be state and local-based infrastructure, not federal-based infrastructure. In other words, spending a bunch of federal money on infrastructure tends not to cure most of these problems.
Dude, the audio is cutting out. The screen is black and white. Okay.
This one was under federal auspices, by the way, so we'll see if there were inherent flaws.
I don't think it is because I can see the levels on my OBS
in the bridge, and if so, obviously somebody is to blame, and presumably the Secretary of Transportation will get the blame if that's the case.
I think it's literally okay. Just give me a second. These are maybe my other headphones aren't broken, or it's just this. No, it must be.
You've made a very interesting
hopefully it's
documentary. I watched it last night about fentanyl, America's silent epidemic.
Dude, I can't. I'm copying a tweet here. So this isn't my own original take.
More people in America get killed by fentanyl.
But oh my God, it's so fucked up. I never realized this until I saw a tweet. It's so fucked up that Republicans just drive around in blue Democrat cities and like just record people that are like addicted to fucking fentanyl. Like, oh God, I don't know. I could probably find a tweet if I looked hard enough. But the tweet was like, imagine if like Democrats just started driving around to fucking rural Bible Belt Republican towns and started like recording all like the alcoholism and fucked up shit that goes on there. It's like, it's just actually so fucked up. Oh, and I forgot about this. This is some cool, just like racism that's going on. It's awesome, dude. Reasons why the bridge collapsed. Foreign workers. China.
Look
The
at our
lockdown.
critical infrastructure, and I'm one of these people that believes we've never fully come out of all the lockdowns and the COVID issues. You know, as I said, you look at
Hamas. Oh my God. NATO dreams about collapsing the Crimea Bridge. Said Russia just demonstrated its ability to bring down a bridge without explosions. Oh my God. Dude, people are fucking insane. I'm so black-pilled on disinformation. Oh my God. I'm gonna initiate a major
now that are
quest.
killed by guns. Let's take a quick look at a clip from the film.
My only child is dead. She died from fentanyl poisoning.
My son died at 25.
It was fentanyl that killed my child.
Fentanyl overdose is the leading cause of death for Americans 18 to 45.
The sitting president is supposed to put Americans first.
We went to Kensington, a neighborhood of Philadelphia, to check out the fentanyl epidemic.
This is ground zero for the fentanyl epidemic, the homeless epidemic.
In the heart of America's towns and cities, a silent crisis leaves a trail of devastation in its wake. Joe Biden and his administration.
Just like imagine going to like the fucking decrepit trailer parks like in the American like rural Bible Belt. Like I live in North Carolina. You can go to like rural parts of North Carolina and find like entire neighborhoods that like have these fucking mobile homes that are like falling apart and shit. And people are it's horrible. And these are like Republican, these are like deep red areas. Yeah. It's just like so fucked up, man. Yeah.
Have not done anything to protect American citizens. Join me on the ground as I bring you the real world consequences.
I also can't stand any of it because it's like, who shot down the Ukraine border deal? Oh, Republicans. Who shot down the border provisions funding deal? Oh,
one of the most destructive
Republicans.
presidencies in American history.
1 degree of separation between the Biden family and the kings of fentanyl.
I thought it was a very powerful documentary. Some shocking statistics in there. What is the answer to this fentanyl crime? Obviously, the porous southern border is a massive part of the problem. But should there be more regulation, more laws, more control over fentanyl itself?
So certainly there ought to be state-level laws that are passed that allow for drug dealers to be prosecuted for homicide if a drug dealer passes a drug with fentanyl laced into it to one of their victims, because it is in fact fentanyl poisoning. Many of the people who are taking fentanyl, using the term fentanyl overdose, is probably wrong for a huge number of people. An overdose is when you take too much of a drug that you were actually intending to ingest. In many of these cases, you have somebody who's taking what they think is an Adderall, and it turns out that it's laced with fentanyl, and a grain of fentanyl or two can kill you. And so that actually is a poisoning, and drug dealers ought to be prosecuted in precisely that fashion. But you're right. The biggest issue, obviously, is the porous southern border. The first episode in this series was about the southern border. The drug cartels control the entirety of the American southern border. And right now they are using illegal immigration as actually a misdirect to get fentanyl into the country. What they're doing is flooding illegal immigrants into certain areas. The Border Patrol under Joe Biden makes it first priority to go to those areas and process the illegal immigrants who are arriving in these areas. That leaves the rest of the border completely unmanned. And while the rest of the border is
Okay, I mean, that's true, but like, again, literally, there was the fucking border funding bill that was supposed to address, it was supposed to get us more border guards, right? Oh, Biden signed, oh, that's the regular appropriations bill. I don't think what's this. It was it wasn't the aid to Ukraine deal. There was a separate bill afterwards that that just had the border provisions and didn't have any. I remember Mike Johnson literally complained. Mike Johnson upset. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of the there was a bill just for Ukraine aid, and he was upset that it didn't have any border provisions in it. It's like, my brother in Christ, you are literally the one who rejected the deal.
That's when you see people coming in with backpacks filled with fentanyl. That fentanyl, the precursors are coming from China. It's being processed in Mexico at largely bases that are owned by Chinese nationals. And then it's being given to, it's getting traded to the Mexican drug cartels, which are pushing it up north through the border. It really is saying that they are doing things about
laws and so on. Why do you not feel as strongly about the number of people being killed by guns?
Well, I mean, I certainly feel horrible for people who are killed by guns. There's two main distinctions. One is that we actually have a right in the United States to keep and bear arms, whereas you do not have a right to actually ingest or distribute fentanyl. And two is that the solution
this guy's trying to take away my right to do fent.
That are proposed for preventing the distribution of fentanyl in the United States are likely to be significantly more impactful than many of the gun regulations that have been proposed in order to stop the so-called gun violence epidemic. There are significant other problems that are involved with the gun violence problem in the United States, ranging from, if you're talking school shootings, mental illness, to crime problems that are responsible for the predominant.
Thanks, Ben. I don't know. I don't fucking believe that. I need to. We'll add gun control to the fucking research topic. Thanks. But I don't know. My understanding is that most of the fucking like so-called common sense like gun laws, right? Which are like the red flag laws, waiting periods, and universal background checks are like pretty effective at like significantly reducing gun violence. Yeah. Just one. I'm so addicted to this game. Just one more. Just one more. Just one more. One more. One more. Just one more. Okay. Oh, this is easy. Easy. Watch this. Perfect. Right here. United States, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, Brazil. It's too easy. It's actually too easy. I considered. Oh shit. Okay, so Italy, and then we do Austria, then Hungary, and then Ukraine, Russia, and then China. All right, easy. Actually, so fucking easy, chat. Okay, one more. Oh shit, Ivory Coast. Okay, I'm gonna mess up this time. Okay. Niger. Oh no. Oh no. What country is in between these? Oh no. I don't even know where Armenia is. I'm gonna be so real. I don't know where Armenia is. I think it's next to Georgia. Do I need Russia? I'm gonna assume I need Russia. Fuck, I didn't need Russia. Do I need Georgia? No. Do I need Turkey? I do need Turkey. Okay, so that means I'm gonna need Syria and Israel and Egypt and presumably Libya, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Maybe if I just do Nigeria. Oh my god. What is, I don't know. Togo? Oh no. Oh no, chat. Cameroon, not Cambodia. Cameroon. Benin. Oh my god. Mali. Okay, there we go. So I could have just done Mali, Nigeria, Libya. Okay. Well, you know, I got there eventually. Okay, I can't end on a loss. Oh, well, this one's easy. It's just Colombia and Brazil. All right. Fuck, I kind of want to read. I never got to reading it. Is it under here? Might be this. No, it's not this. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's this. Yeah, I think it was this one. No, wait, this one. Adjudicating adult specialist and analysis. article seeks to contribute to the important debate by exploring whether the jurisprudence in the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia has brought greater clarity to the meaning of genocidal intent. It does so by analyzing the tribunal's jurisprudence with respect to three important issues. What constitutes evidence of genocidal intent? Can knowledge as opposed to purpose suffice for genocidal intent? And what is the meaning of destroying a group in a whole or in part? Divided into three core sections, the tribunal's jurisprudence with respect to each of these issues, in turn concluding that the Yugoslavia's tribunals have helped to elucidate the ambiguities of genocidal intent. Fuck, this is like 30 pages long, though. Still have that Ukraine video to watch, too. Fuck. Oh, it's on having a mental breakdown. That's a big deal. I'm so sad. I think the stream are bangers, but people just don't see them. We used to be a community. I hate what my community is becoming. I swear Twitch streaming isn't about the actual content. It's about whether people want to pay attention to you or not. And clout. All this shit was a banger. 13k people watched. Like, I'm fucking gaming at 8 p.m. I'm done. I hate this job. I'm not streaming today. I'm gonna... Wow, it's on. Yeah, I don't know, 13k viewers, man. You know how much I would do for even 1k viewers? For 1/13th of what he has? Young activist calls out New York
Red,
City.
how can you say that you represent New Yorkers when 70% of this country demands a ceasefire in Gaza, when 45% of New Yorkers demand a ceasefire, when 53% of New Yorkers do not want to send Israeli funding or military aid, allowing your interests to be bought by foreign governments.
Oh,
the money
true.
to correct these historic wrongs.
What if Israel becomes a country like Russia or China, is it necessarily the worst thing in the world? Not having to support the U.S. would be very bad for Israel. Thinking otherwise is naive. The U.S. is the only global superpower. It is a modern-day empire. Losing its support, it's like losing the support of the big kid who messes that no one messes with. Is bad. Will Israel figure it out? Sure, but it will be painful and risky along the way. It's a pro-Israel feminist rally. Women in pink are sounding the alarm over jihadist and Islamist attacks on Western
Now
values.
we have these people throwing words like colonialism, imperialism, all sorts of bullshit to justify their hate.
The jihad in Canada is after everyone here. The jihad is opposed to Western values and democracy.
You have allowed
I mean, that's true.
jihadists to overrule your campuses. You have infested
So this part isn't that true.
nonpartisan education with deeply partisan ideologies. Freshmen turned to us in fear and disbelief as the rest of the campus began to hang flags and join Students for Justice in Palestine. I had to walk with private security due to a threat from a student prompted by faculty and students organizing.
It's just so I'm so fuck. There's this big think the regressive left.
Arbitrary detention.
There are. Okay. The reality is, like, we have the Constitution for a reason. Like, James Madison, him was like super concerned about what he called tyrannies in majority. So even if, like, suddenly 51% of the population of the U.S. became jihadist overnight, like actual literal Islamist jihadist, we would not become an Islamic theocracy because you need like way more than just a simple majority to do that, right? So like, I think concerns about like Muslims coming over here and imposing like Sharia law, I think those are all bullshit. But Jesus fucking Christ, the left needs to get better at criticizing Islam because holy shit, man. Oh my God.
No idea
I like this.
is above scrutiny and no people are beneath dignity. And what I mean by that is that no idea in Islam, like any other religion and any other philosophy and political thought and creed, is an idea. And ideas, by definition, are adopted voluntarily and therefore should be subject to scrutiny. And so I don't subscribe to any form of blasphemy or censorship when it comes to an intellect.
I can't believe it lit up the subscribe button. Oh my
scrutiny.
God.
And so I don't subscribe to any form of blasphemy or censorship when it comes to an intellectual and
I
rigorous
guess
debate
it can't determine the context
around any
it's used in, so.
On the other hand, no people are beneath dignity. So no idea is above scrutiny, no people are beneath dignity. And what I mean by that is it's very easy when understanding it in this way to recognize, and you can recognize it in your gut, the difference between somebody who's saying, I don't like the religion of Islam, let me scrutinize it. I think this whole thing about the literal word of God doesn't sit comfortable with me. That's very different to someone saying all Muslims are terrorists and they are a disease in America, we must expel them. Your gut can recognize the difference between those two. I think Muslims as a people deserve every dignity like any other human being. But every single idea, Charlie Hebdo is a case in point. People have the absolute right to scrutinize and satirize. And so I think my ideas around this were crystallized in my conversation with Sam. There's an analogy I use in the dialogue, which I took from another
Wait, shit, he went on David Pakman?
Let's talk about the term regressive left, which has emerged in many spheres of political conversation, especially on the internet, but the concept is not really new. Regressive left is meant to describe an ostensibly liberal person who actually abandons liberal principles for causes like political correctness, authoritarianism, censorship, or even fanaticism. The term regressive is correctly used in these contexts, but it's equally worth noting that the term regressive leftist is often overused, misused, and it's even been transformed into an ad hominem attack, sometimes even co-opted by conservatives or anti-feminists or bigots who just like to use it to snarl at liberals that aren't even regressive in the first place, and not in the original true meaning of the term. The first point I want to make about the idea of being regressive is that it's not equivalent to being very or overly liberal or being harmful in one's liberalness. Regressive liberalism is not further left on the political spectrum. Instead, being regressive is a failure to be liberal. To be regressive is not to espouse far left ideas. The opposite is actually the case. Real progressives should appropriately criticize things like religion and political correctness when they are damaging. Being regressive would be, for example, using false accusations of bigotry against opponents to silence or defame them, or to stop debate and conversation about something. Labeling a demographic group such as Islam as immune from any wrongdoing or criticism because they are in some way disenfranchised is an example of regressive thinking. Without question, there are conversations and topics where regressive leftists impede conversations by these means, but discourse cannot be taboo. Once discourse has started, either side of a debate should be free to refute the other. But trying to stigmatize certain debates, such as the link between Islam and terrorism, so that they don't even occur in both real-time interactions and in the sort of broader societal sense, is not a liberal thing to do. All topics, no matter how sensitive or uncomfortable to discuss, should be open for discussion. Otherwise, the integrity of journalism, research, and education can quickly be eroded. This is also extended to mediums like Twitter, which has been accused of censoring certain non-politically correct tweets and has intentionally removed regressive left from its hashtag autofill menu. Sort of ironic. In the words of Noam Chomsky, if we don't believe in freedom of expression for people we despise, we don't believe in it at all. However far back you want to look in American history, we've seen conservatives stifling reasonable discussion about any number of topics. You're an outright commie if you even have the slightest critique about our capitalist system. Anyone who criticizes our foreign policy is failing to support the troops, and so on. As progressives, do we really want to fall into the same tendency of just completely shutting down?
The guy didn't actually go on, did he? This is just David Pakman ranting.
That people are really biased against.
To criticize dogmatism in the case of Islam. Many Muslims around the world have been oppressed by U.S. foreign policy, but to write off all Islam-inspired violence as the result of American oppression is totally intellectually dishonest and achieves nothing other than stifling honest debate and progress.
The taboo around criticizing religion as opposed to other sets of ideas, that is something that people are really biased against tolerating. They think there's something indecent, just as a matter of principle, in criticizing people's deeply held religious convictions, whereas there is nothing wrong with criticizing their false ideas about history or biology or anything else. And there's also a lot of white guilt and understandable guilt over the history of slavery and colonialism and the sheer wealth imbalance between the West or the developed nations and the developing ones. And so a criticism of Islam in particular gets mapped onto those concerns about inequalities in our world, and you get a lot of confusion.
Neither side of this debate about the regressive left can deny that there are liberals who do use cultural relativism and distaste for U.S. foreign policy as an excuse to defend or at least minimize violence and injustice that they would certainly otherwise oppose. But it's curious that when Muslims do something violent or fascistic in the name of Islam, people like Reza Aslan frequently discount Islam as a factor. And then when we see movements for peace and justice in a Muslim country, people like Aslan are quick to point out the Islamic setting and thus how praiseworthy Islam is. Regressives say that when they do defend Islam or...
Oh my God, I just thought this is going to make me upset if I watch it. Oh my God. Would America be better under communists?
You cannot say...
I don't want to...
Oh wait, I've seen some of this already. Oh, I know this guy. This is fucking Eddie. I don't know. He works for fucking Midwestern Marks, and his name is Eddie someone. It's like an actual like tanky. Would America be better had the Prussian scheme succeeded? I wonder, man. Eddie, I don't know. It's like Eddie Munson or something. This guy is
I watched
insane.
Dune Part 1 yesterday, and I thought it was really fantastic. The movie looks amazing. There's so much political intrigue. The action is awesome. The actors are great. I do have
I don't
one
care about the
major...
Dune. I don't care about the Dune take.
All right, I just wanted to come on here to dispel some misinformation that I've seen floating around. You know, a lot of people are saying that IDF soldiers wear diapers, and that's just not true. Technically. Now, the lower ranking soldiers do wear diapers, yes, but in the IDF, when you get a promotion, they let you switch to pull-ups. And the higher ranking soldiers wear those until they turn 30. And only the highest ranking people in the Israeli military and government ever get to move on from the potty training toilet. Netanyahu actually still uses one of these. He never figured out how to use a real one. And this is why people call the IDF the most moral army in the world. It's actually code for the most...
Bro. Okay, well. But he's like an actual like tanky, like we shouldn't support Ukraine type. God, I don't. They always make me so fucking. I literally ran on a rant about this before. While we were watching the MMT thing, every fucking thing like this, they get like the most insane capitalists and put them like, up against the communists. It's like Jesus fucking Christ. You know what I think would be a good Oh, fuck. Okay. I want a case against market socialism. Is it Micah? Is that how you spell it? It's used for market socialism. Yeah. Fuck. We need a guy like Micah on one of these, man. Who has actually good fucking takes about this stuff. Like it's yeah. Did he make a part 2 ever? I don't think he ever made a part 2. We could listen to it, but I don't know. I'll just read it. I read some of it. Capitalism isn't very sexy. Markets are. The idea that the economy can consist of a disarray of free, independent participants acting to satisfy our own diverse wants and needs is quite appealing to many. All the more to do so when posed with alternatives like decentralized planning, example of Paracon, and centralized planning. And central planning are obviously atrocious. Oh, this is just yeah. Oh wait, this would be a good read. Why useless degrees still pay? Higher education has a signal problem. What's less appealing is the idea of a concentrated wealthy class sitting at the top of the system, particularly one that can accrue wealth without doing much, and then pass it on dynastically. How do you? I don't know how you pronounce it. Dynastically. Dynastically. I don't know, bro. It's certainly not an ideal dynamic, which has led many to ponder alternatives. What if these individuals ask, we were able to marry social ownership of markets? In other words, what if we could have the best of both capitalism and socialism? For a long time, this was a view I found quite appealing, but upon review of many market socialist models that have been devised thus far, I found them consistently disappointing. Well, it may be possible to devise a system that systematically hybridizes both social ownerships and markets. It is unlikely you'll get the best of both worlds. Rather, as I will review to you, you often get a bastardized monstrosity, dysfunctional even under its own assumptions, and even more if attempted to be applied within the confines of the world as it actually exists. Jesus, I can't fucking speak, guys. Cooperatives, hooray. There are many models of market socialism, but by far the most prominent have been those that fixate on near universalizing worker-owned firms, which is worker co-ops. This idea is quite straightforward. Capitalists are Not only bad because they take so much money, but also because they organize workplaces in a way that is alienating and possibly even inefficient. Thus, worker ownership is a natural resolution to these contradictions. It allows market mechanisms to stay intact, reduces inequality, and fulfills the long-held dream of making workers their own bosses. The central feature of worker cooperative-centric socialism is tying capital and labor together. In a capitalist economy, capital flows to its most profitable use, and labor does as well. The places that can provide the highest rate of return get the most investment, and the jobs that pay the most at a given level of intensity get the most applicants. This process ensures that, at least on a fundamental level, there is an efficient allocation of the factors of production, although to varying degrees, market failures impede that. In co-op socialism, this is no longer the case. Now firms must take capital and labor together, even if they only want one. Firms that can generate the highest return on capital get less capital because they may not be able to generate a very high return on more labor, and vice versa. Small enterprises are harmed the most. They, unlike large firms, are less creditworthy and thus will be even more capital constrained than their larger peers. The effect is a reduction in the aggregate level of capital formation and a less well-ordered distribution of investment among firms. Transactional cost and valuation. Allocation isn't the only source of inefficiency, since workers must buy into firms upon joining them so as to become equal shareholders. Every hiring and firing becomes a negotiation, not just a negotiation of wages, but also of company value. In order to ensure they don't get duped, prospective employees will need to do their own due diligence about how much a company's capital is worth. Unfortunately, in this process, they will be impeded by a severe lack of information. In capitalism, ascertaining the value of firms is quite easy since thousands of actors at all times are usually trading shares of a company, providing abundant information aggregation. Even in the cases where companies are privately listed, investments are made by large financial actors who have the time and expertise to get a good understanding of the business's value. Under cooperativism, on the other hand, there is only one poorly equipped buyer and one seller at the negotiation table. And in the case of a worker leaving a co-op, they don't even have the option to leave that table. This leads to a more costly hiring and firing process and produces inaccurate valuations. Given that valuations will differ more than their actual worth, some firms will get even less investment than they deserve and others will get more. Workers transferring jobs will be the biggest victims. Co-ops will be strongly incentivized to oversell their company's value on the front end and undervalue the company's value at the back end. Fired workers may fall victim to prejudice validations and have little legal recourse. Many workers also won't have enough money to buy into a firm in the first place, maybe because their previous firm failed. They spent all their savings, or the firm they are joining is far more capital intensive than the previous one they worked at. For instance, if Apple was a co-op, every new member would need to pay over $400K to join it. Jesus. Co-ops will certainly attempt to get around this by providing workers credit they can pay back over time, but in effect, this will leave some members saddled with enormous monthly payments for years. Well, I want to make Carter throw up again. Internal capital accounts. One way the previously mentioned issues could be partially ameliorated is to allow differing degrees of ownership among workers by using uncapped internal capital accounts. Under this model, collective ownership would be abandoned in favor of a strange hybrid. Different workers would have different claims to a company's net worth, but they would have different levels of control over the company's decisions. This produces a contradiction. If the return on capital is determined by revenue minus expenses, then it is entirely in the interest of workers who have less than the average amount of capital to support wage increases. Wage increases effectively take some of the profit that would have gone to the invested workers and gives that money to those who have invested less. Now the rate on return on internal investment is entirely determined by democracy and not markets. It will generally be in the interest of most workers to depress the return on investment for their own short-term gains. Workers that do not save will now be subjected to the same potential losses, but smaller upsides than they would be before, and thus less internal investment will occur, harding growth. Under capitalism, the capacity for such gains within worker co-ops is limited, since workers can now invest in firms external to the ones they work at. forcing co-ops to be more disciplined in the rate of return. This is obviously no longer the case at market socialism, where workers can only invest in firms that they work at. An alternative some co-ops have employed is paying a fixed interest rate on the capital allocated. This avoids the problematic contradiction in incentives, but reduces the capacity of a firm to get capital. Credit is far riskier than equity, so if a firm is fully reliant on credit, it will be less able to raise money and more likely to go under. In addition, under this model, since all capital income minus effective interest payments is divided among workers evenly, there's a greater risk of lower productivity workers having their compensation raised above their actual contribution. Every new employee brought on de facto dilutes current workers by taking a share of the pie. This is because even though technically there isn't much in the way of equity anymore, in practice there is. It's just that this equity cannot be bought or sold. Its value is only apportioned by the present workers. Workers that enter the firm will get a share of the proceeds, and these wages will likely be higher than the actual value of their actual contribution. Workers are automatically partially expropriated with new entrants, and this makes it harder for them to justify expanding employment. Structural unemployment. The previous sections dealt with the issues workers joining and leaving co-ops would have, and how capital accounts don't solve these problems. But in fact, the workers granted such an option are lucky. Mandating worker ownership will render many without the luxury of being able to get a job in the first place. Under capitalism, firms have an incentive to hire as many people as they possibly can, make a profit of. Jesus. It doesn't matter if the expected surplus is $100 or $10,000, there's an incentive to do so. The division between labor and capital rent is naturally determined by the market. Employees in labor markets are forced to compete over workers, only keeping the money that they would get after paying all expenses, including wages. Over time, this has led to a pretty consistent capital rent share of around 30% of GDP. In worker-owned firms, the separation between returns from capital and labor is impossible to discern. Pay is no longer set by the market. Rather, it is set by the firm's internal policy or politics. Most co-op members will find it in their interest to vote to reduce the wages of those above them and use that money to increase base level pay. The capacity for higher skill work to resist this by leaving will be significantly diminished by the previously mentioned reductions in labor market mobility, the threat of losing much of their capital value upon ejection, and the collective ethos that is embodied in the firm structure. This is confirmed in the data. A study on how compensation structure of the Uruguayan worker-managed firms compared to capitalist firms found the following. Quote, first, worker-managed firms exhibit more compressed compensation structure than conventional firms. This result is consistent with the hypothesis that workplace democracy is associated with substantial redistribution amongst workers. Second, worker-managed firms suffer from brain drain. The separation hazard of high ability members is more than 3 times that of the low ability members. Moreover, I find that there is a relationship between the extent of pay compression and the severity of brain drain in worker managed firms. Finally, I find that high-wage workers employed at working managed firm in 2009 who switched to the capitalist sector experienced a gain in their wages upon quitting. As the results indicate, pay will be far more compressed and thereby less related to market conditions. Bottom-end jobs that provide low marginal product will end up demanding compensation more than they're worth. The result, many jobs that would be profitable to create under capitalism would not be profitable under market socialism. This is one of the key reasons why market socialism in Yugoslavia struggled so much with unemployment. Even prominent socialist David Skewart admits unemployment may be a problem and thus proposes guaranteeing everyone who can't get a job in a co-op a government job. In the current economic system, large co-ops have bypassed this constraint by creating a new tier of non-member contract workers. In the case of Mondragon, this figure consists of roughly 30% of the workers. While this is quite helpful for profitable employment expansions, it also boils down to an effective reinstatement of capitalist property relations with a large section of the workforce. Already under capitalism, getting full employment requires solid regulatory and monetary policy. Cooperatism induces a new problem. Even if the rest of the public policy is completely perfect, a large percentage of the workforce will be left jobless. Diversification. Any financially literate person knows the golden rule of minimizing risk. Diversification, diversification, diversification. Yet it appears cooperatism forces the opposite to take place. Not only are nearly all your savings centralized in one firm, but also that firm just so happens to be the place you work. So now if your firm goes bust, you lose both your job and your retirement. One of the things I've read about before is that it'd be possible. It's possible for companies to sell shares that are non-voting shares, right? And only workers would have voting shares. So companies could still, in theory, raise capital. It's just that when they did, you wouldn't take. You could be a stakeholder in a company, but you wouldn't get any control of that company. Now. In the current system, most people wouldn't do that because why the fuck would I invest in a company if I don't get any say over what's going to happen in it, right? When if I invest in a different company, I do get say over what happens in it. But then you could argue if we made it so every single firm, you didn't get a say in what happened in the company once you bought shares in it. You would still just buy the shares of the company that there wouldn't be any disincentive for investing in a worker co-op because everything's a worker co-op. So you would still just want to buy the shares of the company that are most likely to increase their profits, right? So that could be, there are ways, and also they could sell bonds. So non-voting shares and corporate bonds. So in theory, it would be possible to have that stuff. To allow companies to raise capital without this happening, without the diversification problem stuff. Yeah. Some may think all the aforementioned costs may be worth it for the enormous gains in equality, but unfortunately, these gains are hard to find. Firms differ wildly in how much capital they have and how much profit they make per worker. Air Lease, an airline leasing company, makes a whopping $4.3 million per worker. On the other hand, Starbucks makes $84,000 of revenue per employee, and only a small fraction of that is profit. Worker ownership of all firms would not eliminate massive inequalities in capital income. The only way to solve that problem is through state ownership of all capital and releasing a capital to workers, but this doesn't sound like very much like a market anymore, does it? Jesus, I read that so wrong. But this doesn't sound very much like a market anymore, does it? Models that can't save you now. The co-op socialist models that exist usually attempt to address these structural deficiencies, but often they do so by trading one problem for another. This guy's YV's corporo-syndicalism attempts to sidestep the transaction cost problem by embracing internal capital accounts, but this, as mentioned earlier, it's worsens inequality problems and increases capital constraints. David Stewart's Economic Democracy tries to fix these problems by providing investment in the form of government grants financed by tax and capital assets, but this does no such thing. Doing so effectively subsidizes intangible, like human capital, and gives the state a dangerous monopoly in capital allocation. It also retains the employment problem and introduces a nightmare's valuation dilemma. All capital assets must be valued every single year. That model used in Yugoslavia, similar to economic democracy, problematically gives the state a monopoly on the capital allocation and establishes additional distortionary government interventions and firm management. Dreams of worker democracy have deluded too many people into holding an untenable position. A co-op mandate would sabotage growth and reduce prosperity while leaving interfirm inequality fully intact. High productivity workers would have their wages garnished by those who work less hard. New entrants would be locked out due to capital constraints. Millions would be left jobless, and workers who belong to failing firms would have their life savings eviscerated. Socialism would be had at the cost of nearly everything else. We can create a world that is far more equal, just as populist, but worker co-op socialism is not the way to do it. Now, I guarantee you, in this fucking video, the capitalists are going to be the most like insane fucking libertarian capitalists who don't give a fuck about inequality and are going to do fucking bullshit stuff. Yeah, they're just not gonna, like, none of the stuff we just read is gonna get mentioned at all, because there isn't actually any good discussion that happens in any of these ever.
No, I got you. Like, let me respond to you. It is not capitalism coming in and enshrining enslavement. And in fact, capitalism
what the fuck?
pushing back against the centuries-old awful institutions. So to say it's capitalism, I think it's honestly offensive.
We are approaching the 150th episode of Middle Ground, and we need your help to continue making more episodes. Join our Middle Ground Patreon community and help us write the future of Middle Ground.
America would be a more powerful country under communism.
I think it would be a lot better for all the people who are working jobs that are not, I guess, tech, basically. So I make content, which means that I work a lot of hours and I don't get paid the same amount as a soft dev. So I think it would create more creativity in certain like creative industries, artists. If you make a bigger pie, everyone gets a bigger slice.
Yeah. I think one of the main misconceptions about communism is that it's just making everybody equally poor. When Marx and Engels wrote repeatedly that the first step under communism is increasing the productive forces. In the US, over 80% of our population is living paycheck to paycheck. If you provide people's basic needs, if you invest in economic growth and in jobs and in infrastructure rather than investing in endless war and massacring Muslim people in Gaza, you're going to make this country a lot stronger. You're going to make the people a lot more stable here.
I grew up in a white wing area. I grew up in Denver, Colorado. I was born in Dallas, Texas. I'm the first American in my family. Everybody's from the Congo. If my family was able to come here, of course, it would have some capitalist connections. So I grew up very much with the idea that everything I need is under capitalism. Individualism, freedom, all these things are under capitalism. But I'm black in America. So those contradictions really just created that friction where I'm like, this doesn't align with what I was told and what I'm actually seeing or actually feeling. So why did I come to communism? When I actually read it, when I went from Marx to Lenin to Mao to Deng to the Fred Hampton, I started realizing like, oh, this is patriotism. This is the idea that I look at another American and think to myself, I want you to be fed. I want you to feel fulfilled in your life. I want you to feel like you actually have control within your society. Honestly, as somebody, again, who grew up in that right-wing area, that flies with what everybody says.
Disagreeers are walking quick on this one. Can I say something first on this one to be so bold? Here's my argument. How come every communistic country has to build a wall or a fence to keep people
Oh
in?
my God. See, it's just the worst fucking type of discussion.
Yeah, but where did you come? But where did you come? There's not a mass immigration into Venezuela, into China, into Russia. Where do people want to go? Switzerland, America, Sweden. They're all talking about we need to build a wall because people are coming. China's not going, well, we better build a wall because all those Americans are coming across. Nobody's going there.
So you legally cannot become Chinese. I went to international school growing up, and every single non-Asian or anyone else that's like American or Canadian that's gone to China has never wanted to come back to the US. That's something that's really interesting. So I think it's like if you've never been.
It's an adverse selection, a group of people who are
already.
already.
Your point, and then
Like, I guess like whoever has the open mind to go visit usually doesn't want to come back. And I do live streaming, so I know a lot of live streamers who like permanently move over to like Asia, especially China, because not just it's cheaper, it's also just higher benefits. Most people get like free healthcare, so it's a lot easier for you to survive there. I think it's not because people don't want to go. It's also because you're taught propaganda since a young age. China's scary, China's bad, evil, red dragon. So people don't go and don't even go see it. That's the problem.
I would definitely argue that a lot of China's success is due to the introduction of free markets, but if we want to run with this idea that China's a socialist country, which is just fundamentally untrue, I could also just point to the fact that they're super low in the HDI. Their GDP per capita is like $12,000. The US GDP per capita is $70,000. So like I would say in terms of like economic success, we're definitely doing way better.
Ty, in terms of how we see immigration into this country, of course, we're American. We're only going to see the American viewpoints of this. China has immigration. People do try to cross the China's border all the time. We're all humans. Everybody's doing the same thing around the world. I would say what you're saying is a perspective issue. I would love to break it down even more and talk to you about the massive amounts of CIA missions that have gone through Latin America.
Oh my God. Why? How's that even related to the point you were just talking about?
How much the wealthiest people in their country profit in their company? We both know what GDP means. It's a bad faith way to really explain
What about HDI? Human Development Index.
And
so it's measured by things like health, income. It's the UN standard for like how well an economy is doing.
So from that point, perfect. Healthcare, we rank 37 in the United States. Cuba ranks 2.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait. Cuba ranks what? Cuba ranks what? Wait, I really want to engage.
They've been number 1 and number 2 and hover through those spots.
Cuba uses according to the Commonwealth.
Oh my God. See, it's just the fucking worst type of discussion. I don't even fucking care. But any of this shit, like any of the stuff mentioned here is like infinitely more successful than this stupid fucking argument over it's fucking nonsense. And again, they have like the most fucking insane capitalists that like are like, who cares?
Cuba is 83 on the HTI. They use their doctors like slaves because 90% of the profit goes to the state.
They literally traffic their doctors. When University of Utah opened up a program to let Cuban doctors escape because they were trafficking them and making them go do these PR campaigns in other countries, give healthcare, 7,000 people immediately came to the U.S. At one meeting, 2 doctors passed notes to other doctors they were on a hospital set with and said, kidnapped. This is propaganda.
So I appreciate the emotional examples. 100%.
It's not emotional. You can talk to the No Border Sovereignty organization that works to get healthcare professionals out of there.
The nicest person in this room. I would hope you let me finish my point,
too.
then I'll answer it.
But please go.
Well, I've been told that fear is happening in Cuba. They're doing this super scary thing with Cuba, which is great. I would love facts. So
I'm giving you facts about doctors fleeing the country and also about how they're having to ration basic antibiotics in their hospitals.
Yeah, we've got them under an embargo.
I
don't like it. It's not like it's stupid. It's such a stupid. Like, it just makes me. I'm gonna. I can't say anything. Man, I need to just become a Kick streamer. If the Kick ever takes off, I'm leaving Twitch, man, because I want to. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on Twitch. I don't know if I want to say. I don't know if I'm allowed to say I want to move to Canada and get their healthcare, get their MAID request. Because Jesus.
No, medical things are excluded since 1992.
That's not true. That's been disproven by multiple
Eddie,
studies. This year during COVID, Cuba made their own COVID vaccine because the U.S. pharmaceutical company used intellectual property laws to prevent them from using our vaccine recipe. So they created their own, but they couldn't get syringes into the country because of the embargo. Because how are you supposed to get metal when you're on a tiny island country and you're surrounded by the U.S. military?
Eddie,
and you can't get any trade
I want to ask you a few questions. How far back do you think the embargo was affecting Cuba?
How long back do I think the embargo? Probably since it's been put on.
Oh, really?
But I think when we look at
no, let me respond real quick. In 1960, the USSR became the largest trading partner with Cuba. They started paying more for Cuba's sugar. They started buying all of Cuba's sugars and paying more than the United States was paying. Fidel Castro is on record saying that the embargo had no effect on Cuba at all. So we can presume that up until 1991, when the USSR collapsed, that it didn't have an effect. So to claim that the embargo is affecting Cuba,
and I think when we look at can I make a point? Because this is a point I wanted to make for a long time. When we look at countries like Cuba and China, I think it's more important to judge them based on what they had before the revolution. Before Cuba had a revolution, nobody had access to healthcare. They were working on slave plantations that were dominated by Western multinational corporations. China before the revolution, yes, there were famines during the era of Mao. There were far more famines before Mao came to power and before China was able to industrialize and get to the point today where they're now one of the most powerful countries on earth. In the 1950s, the U.S. was already industrialized.
Some of that stuff is fair, but it's just like you gotta fucking look at the reasons why that happened and like most of that stuff. Like most of that shit, I wouldn't consider like because of strictly speaking socialism. Like if you look at the way the USSR developed and the way South Korea developed, they were like pretty similar in terms of like building up your own industrial base and trying to export shit and stuff, right? But it's like it's not even like strictly speaking like socialism or anything. It's just like it's just I don't know. There's a lot of countries that went through what they called authoritarian modernization. Where countries basically, a lot of them protected their infant industries and they had their own like they protected infant industries. They had like a lot of state sectors of the economy. Like people don't like Samsung came from a state-based company, from a state-owned company in South Korea. Yeah, but a lot of these, and Taiwan did the same thing. And the Taiwanese government still owns like a lot of the Taiwanese government still has like large stakes in a lot of the big companies in Taiwan. Like they own fucking 30% of I think the Taiwanese semiconductor. I don't know. But let's look up Taiwan government large stakes in companies. Taiwan government ownership of Taiwan semiconductor. The central government of Taiwan is the largest shareholder. Yes, yeah. Yeah.
China had to do that. They were a semi-feudal country in extreme poverty. And in just 70 plus years, they've become this economic superpower. That is through central economic planning and, yes, allowing some of those private markets in.
That's by undercutting the U.S. on labor because they don't actually have to pay people very much. They don't pay them based on their value, so they can make people come over there and work far cheaper, have their companies there, and then we buy their products cheaper. We are propping up China's economy, and we've been really stupid with our own policies when it comes.
Yeah, I don't. What the fuck does she mean we are propping? I understand her point of like we're buying goods from China or whatever. I don't think that's not us propping up China's economy. That's just trade. That's just awesome free trade. I love free trade.
We're constantly hamstringing ourselves because our government keeps regulating our economy more, getting more involved, tying its hands, so that they are outpacing us. Plus all the money we're spending on war instead of actually like letting people keep their taxes and invest in more things. So they are playing us right now. The U.S. has been really foolish, but it's not because communism works. They were starved.
Sister does not know that the spending multiplier is bigger than the tax multiplier.
Well, let's look at exactly what they did. Let's look at exactly what they did when they opened up trade. They opened up special economic zones where multinational corporations could come in, but they said you're only allowed to do things as long as it's in line with the party and as long as it's in line with the government's central plans. I mean, to say that China's just capitalist, full stop, or that all their successes come from capitalism,
I'm saying that they were starving before capitalism started.
They were starving under feudalism.
Hannah and Cam coming here with the guns. They got the fire. They know.
Madam. No, I am right. No, I'm remembering back to my macroeconomics. Yeah. The spending multiplier is bigger than the tax multiplier. So arguably, it is better to spend on war than it is to not than it is to decrease taxes, because the money that we spend on war really goes to American companies. Hold on, okay. Basically, the money. Come on, Paint. Okay, the money that we spend on war. Okay, this is the U.S. government. Okay. And they're going to give money to Lockheed Martin. This money, they give them money, okay? And then Lockheed Martin has a marginal propensity to consume and a marginal propensity to save. Whatever this is, let's just say it's 0.8. That means 80% of the money that we give to Lockheed Martin, they're going to spend on something. And that is income for someone else, okay? So that's income for someone else. And then they have a marginal propensity to save and a marginal propensity to consume. And basically that, so they spend 0.8 of the money they got, right? And it keeps going, and it's a multiplier, okay? But when you tax, it's not the same, because the tax multiplier is lower than the spending multiplier, because not all of the money is necessarily going into the economy. Just because people are keeping money doesn't mean they are going to spend it. Okay. Why is spending multiplier bigger than tax multiplier? Explain the text. The multiplier for a change in taxes is smaller than the change in government spending, because taxation affects aggregate expenditure only to the extent that people spend. Yeah, it's because they're not necessarily spending all that money, because it only expects only increases aggregate expenditure to the extent that people spend their tax cut or pay their increased taxes by reducing consumption. Versus the spending multiplier, that money. I mean, yeah. So arguably, okay, just because of how multipliers work, she's wrong. And it is better to spend on war, because that money's going to be fucking multiplied, versus decreasing taxes. The multiplier effect isn't going to be as big. Dumbass.
They're ready for this.
Stupid head.
We? When you say we, who's in this we? Because we did this, because we did that. Who's this metaphorical we?
Because the U.S. government is not a capitalist government, and we have to be strict about terms here. Capitalism is a system and an economy. The government can either uphold capitalism or they can impede it. Our government is constantly impeding it. So when the government comes in and tells you, you can trade with this person, you can't trade with that person, that is the government, which is we. So we have a representative government doing that. Is that something I, as a capitalist, want to see them doing?
American citizens.
No, I don't. But we are American citizens, and so they are supposed to be representing our interests. If we're going to talk about what we're doing as a country, yes, like that is a huge part of it. And I also want to go back to communism, because when you talk about some of these countries that people often call democratic socialist countries, they rank higher on the economic freedom index than we do. That means they are more capitalist in their economies
and I don't think those
than we
countries
are.
Are socialist, to be
and
clear.
So I just want to make sure we're defining terms, because communism is the centralized control and ownership of production of companies. But this is my point I'm trying to make. Like, we have to talk about actual systems that are communist if we're going to debate this.
Define socialism to me. It feels as very demeaning.
Wait, are we doing communism?
How do you define it then? Because I'm hearing things called socialism that aren't.
But the prompt is communism.
I guess, like, in terms of communism and capitalism, both are ideal states that don't fully work by themselves. But I do think capitalism is more pessimistic versus communism more optimistic. In an ideal state, if everyone actually worked hard and they wanted to contribute to a society to make it better, I think communism would work.
Everybody cares. I think you guys are well
You could teach them though.
Giving people government aid makes them lazy.
God, like why? Like the problem is they're just wrong at this point. All the empirical data suggests that this point is wrong. Giving people government aid does not make them lazy. Like all the empirical data suggests that this isn't true. And the fact that all the capitalists are stepping forward is so fucking dumb. It's fucking insane. Like why? Like they should get capitalists who aren't willing to step forward on this question because it's just wrong. Because like all the studies that we've done, especially on UBI, says that like just proves that like people don't necessarily reduce working hours. The only people who do reduce working hours when given aid are like elderly people and mothers. It's like people who arguably shouldn't be working anyway. So yeah, it's just fucking.
Getting government aid makes you lazy. A great example of that is Elon Musk. The amount of government aid the X Foundation gets in order to pursue inventions that don't work. How often did you hear about that tunnel? Elon Musk is just one example of many different CEOs, multi-corporations who get government aid to be able to do these things just because they have the net worth.
Yeah, so I agree with you on this. I hate corporate welfare. I think
I'm gonna shoot myself. I'm gonna. Can I allowed to say that on Twitch? I don't care about this one. Women are empowered more. I don't care about this one. Only the rich benefit from capitalism. There's no perfect and I'm on. Okay, we'll watch this last segment. And then we'll watch this.
Notepad. Cheating.
I asked.
Only the rich benefit from capitalism.
Really? Nobody. Only the rich benefit from capitalism. Capitalism being the control of a state apparatus or a nation, government, state, whatever word you use by a certain class. So if rich people are that class and they control that state apparatus, the government, that nation, of course they're the ones to benefit from it. Talk to the abyss. Looks like it seems like a TikTok. Do you guys disagree?
Yeah. You want me to explain why first before you go? So I'm a Marxist, so I believe that society, through class struggles, transitions through different epochs or different modes of production, different economic systems. So I believe that the Civil War was a revolutionary war in America that transitioned us out of the slave-based mode of production in the antebellum South into capitalism. I believe that capitalism is a superior economic system to slavery. In Europe, I believe capitalism was, in many ways, a superior economic system to feudalism. But I would argue and agree that capitalism is better for everybody than, say, slavery.
Like, you can still rise from the bottom with capitalism, and that's most societies. So it's like it's possible for, you know, the less wealthy to climb to the top if they have a good idea or like, innovate on something that they think is a good concept.
We're talking about benefits, right? No, I see both your points. Definition. I know now I'm being empathetic. I was telling you not to give you a definition. Now I'm about to give you a definition of capitalism.
We should establish definitions.
Yeah, we gotta be on the same page about definitions.
I feel like when it comes to science and ideology, it just gets kind of messy. I feel like it's just so much easier to do logical. Like,
I mean, if you cite a definition, I'll accept whatever you give me. I don't know about these guys.
Nah, this is a trap. Hold on, let me finish this. My idea of capitalism, I very much look at it within, again, very material, very cemented the idea of who has control over the military, judicial, legislative arm of a nation or a state. For an episode about capitalist communists, we have not talked about class. Whatever class has control within that nation. And now capitalism would be the rich, the bourgeoisie, the job creators, having complete control within that society. Of course, that would only benefit rich people. Of course, you're gonna push for tax cuts. Of course, you're never gonna talk about livable wage. You'll talk about minimum wage, just harm reduction.
It's a tricky one. I'm not sure there's ever a time when wealth doesn't concentrate up, including Stalin, Mao Zedong, Pol Pot. It's all Castro. You don't think Castro was a rich man who was benefited from the Cuban system?
Didn't he have almost $1 billion?
Yeah, but I want to interject real fast because unlike Cam, I won't just accept definitions. So when we talk about capitalism, that's fine, that's your definition. But for most people, when we say capitalism, what we mean is the free exchange and selling and buying of goods, right? And the more you have of that, the more freedom you have in those decisions, the less the government's involved in that, the more capitalism you have. And as we have seen capitalism expand across the world over the past 30, 40, 50 years, we have seen an 80% reduction in world poverty since 1990 alone. It was cut in half between 1990 and 2010. That's miraculous. We have also seen a 40% reduction in child labor. We have seen the mortality rate for children cut in half. We've seen the maternal mortality rate fall by like 43%. We work fewer hours. It blows my mind that somebody can say only the rich benefit from capitalism.
What evidence do you have that that's capitalism?
Because these are as
not China's poverty alleviation programs or the Belt and Road
Because we're measuring as capitalism has moved into various countries, and we're looking at their poverty rates and their hunger rates, by the way, get cut. As more and more socialist and communist countries have fallen, which by the way we're down to only 5 at this point because most people are turning against it. As that has happened largely since 1993, we've seen more countries become democracies, more countries implement capitalism, and yes, sometimes it's mixed, like the U.S.
implemented
or the
the Belt and
democratic
Road
socialism.
in their poverty alleviation programs, though. So what evidence do you have that that's not having an effect?
That's when they did what?
Launched their poverty alleviation programs in the Belt and Road Initiative, which are intended to build up industrialization.
Do you really consider that socialism? That's like literally China investing in other countries. So it's like, I think that's a good thing. I don't think the Belt and Road is necessarily bad. There's concerns about the Belt and Road being a debt trap or whatever, but putting those concerns aside, I don't think it's necessarily bad. But it's This is not having to do
prevented from advancing their productive forces.
like
Imperialism,
socialism or whatever.
Economic sanctions, and the U.S.-dominated financial system that emerged after World War II, where the IMF and the World Bank can basically decide whoever they want to give financing
Oh my
to. So like
God.
when Chile went socialist under Salvador Allende, Richard Nixon famously said, "Make the economy scream," and the IMF and World Bank went from giving them $200 million in funding a year to $2.
Why do communist countries always have to depend on capitalist countries to succeed? Anytime they don't, it's because there was an embargo or they weren't giving them money. I don't hear us saying that about North Korea.
The Congo is capitalist. The Congo is one of the poorest countries in the world. The Congo, though, is
I also wouldn't call it communism. China may be communist and the government may be playing fair, but it's not the definition of communism, bro. They don't even. I just hate these stupid conversations like this.
That is your real life vibranium. Capitalism has not helped the Congo. The disorder within the country benefits the capitalists at home.
When you say they're capitalist, what do you mean that the Congo's capitalist?
Well, you better
because
watch.
your definition
If
is not
you're
mine.
African, you know who the new colonizers are? China. Who's extracting resources out of Africa?
Ty, I love you. Terrible argument thing. Great with the other type of guys.
Just because you say it's terrible doesn't mean it's
To be
terrible.
clear, I wouldn't accept your definition of capitalism, but I will obviously accept your definition of socialism. That's what I meant. Like, obviously, I know what I think capitalism is.
So my definition of socialism.
Just so I know, why is China?
whatever.
Why do we think? Are you making a stance that supposed altruistic / centrally governed China is not a new capitalistic empire moving into Dubai? You see it there, moving into Africa.
China is not America. There are clear differences in what America does in the Congo versus what China does. America comes in, they set up military bases. Unmarked airplanes will come into the Congo with multitudes of American military and multiple corporations. You know what China does? They come in with intellectuals, with a document signing. Would you guys like to do this trade deal? If you do this, we'll build a mining facility that the state can run, and that will benefit your taxes. And you know what the Congo say? They'll say no. And you know what China will do? They make a new deal. You know what happens when you say no to America?
And how does that capitalism?
And the law. That
has nothing to do with capitalism's fault.
I'm gonna.
no perfect economic model.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Oh, China's. Yeah, I don't. It's just it's fucking stupid. I think there's definitely an argument to be made that the IMF has made some bad deals before that have ended up trapping up countries in debt. I think there's even an argument to be made that it is good to have two powers trying to